I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way, breaking through.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. Let's welcome Bull Barbie. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, chat. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to Mike, Slick, Rick, Kishan, Magnus, Abhishek. Good morning, everyone. How was your weekend? We missed you.
Oh, I was busy with kids stuff and taking everybody to an event, so I was not relaxing, but got a little break from trading at least. So back at that.
You're back
You
at
know
it.
the difference? There's a difference between vacation and family trips, you know? So
Yes. Sometimes you need a vacation from the family vacation or the family trip.
exactly.
Yes. So we won't be streaming on Friday because of July 4th, everyone. So we will all get to have a restful day to celebrate the independence of the United States. And let's take a look at the charts. I am in the short from this morning, just expecting a gap fill here. I did take some profits here. And then I was short 5 micros, and then I took some profits, hopped back in with 3 micros, planning on this gap fill. Hopefully we pass this starter plus account today. I need about $500 more to pass. I have been on a payout drought the last 2 months, Barbie. So, I mean, this month and last month, no payout. So
I know.
hopefully, I know. So I have sized down. So I'm limiting myself to 2 accounts max. To just focus and go slow and not.
Yeah, see, I would rather take it slower and take smaller positions, but then be able to get more accounts and keep accounts going, because that's part of it too. So
Yeah.
if you can max out the number of accounts that you can have, that's more leverage that you have and all of that. So
Yes. So thanks for saying that. That is the advice I've been hearing from a lot of traders. It's just keep adding accounts, but like don't try and make $1,000 in one account like every day.
yeah, because there's making money and then there's keeping money. And so to keep your accounts going and to not have to keep having to earn new accounts, you've got to think about that too. So
Yes. So this, speaking of accounts, so today is the last day of the promo where if you buy a starter plus account and or expert account and use code YouTube, when you make that purchase, once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free, another eval for free. So everyone go use code YouTube for that. That supports all the traders on the show and also supports the show. So Barbie, what are you thinking for today? Your charts.
all right. Well, you were mentioning that kind of RTH gap fill, and let's see, there it goes. So you're kind of looking at, we closed up here, and let me kind of get this candle size a little bit better for us there. But on Friday, actually we closed, where did we close? We closed here. So we are well above the close from last Friday. So there is kind of a tendency for the market to kind of check those the settlement and the closure from the previous day and the previous week, and that's both there. So that is a good idea. We'll see kind of what happens. I have these trend lines on the chart. First, let's go with the daily, just for that context. And obviously, or this is the weekly actually, but obviously we're up, up, up. So here's the daily, even more up. Look at all these green candles that we're having, and we're really pushing into that 3 ATR already. We still have room to hit it, and we can exceed these things, but we're starting to hit those limits of the market. And when I pair that with these trend lines that I've pulled off of the higher time frames and this other level that I have up here off of the analysis, we really got to start kind of being cautious the higher heights that we reach, because at some point it's like an eBay auction where the price is bidding up, and then at some point we're going to run out of people who have more money and more excitement to put into that auction. And this is an auction; it works the same way. And at a point, it's the price. That's what we're talking about, exhaustion. The price will literally get exhausted, and we're looking for places that could happen. And when we have confluence up here with trend lines and extensions, and this is a major resistance area up here, that's what we're really going to be looking for to actually finally put the brakes, at least temporarily, on the market a little bit. So the levels that I'm looking at above to kind of see if we hit some resistance, the first kind of obvious area was the 66 area, 62, 66. That's where we're going to start kind of getting into this trend line zone, depending on when we get it. Because if I look, this is kind of the day. So this is kind of where this area that I'm circling is kind of where the price action would be if we get up into that today. And so that's where these trend lines would hit. We could keep testing above. There's major resistance up there at 62.85. That's the adjusted all-time high when you do the math and calculate for the price difference, but that gap that we have between the contracts. So that's all the way up there at 62.85. Price does get kind of wild and crazy up there. It usually exceeds it and then screws around a little while. So that's what we could be looking at up there. So if we can't keep pushing through those levels up there, that settlement and closure from last week is one of the first main areas that I'll look at. So that's the 62.20s. I marked 62.22, but that's just kind of a rough figure in here. I was kind of taking some averages of these opens and closes in there. So I kind of have that as a magnetic level, because if we do exhaust price, I think that's exactly the first area that's obviously going to want to get tested. All right, below that, we have some support from last week around 62.10 and 6200. And then we have the low from Friday also around 61.83, and then some support around 61.80. So that's kind of where, if the market really it'll feel ugly if we make a big drop like this, but that's where the market will naturally want to test, is where we had these kind of unchecked lows. So what I like to look at, and this will be a single print, if you're looking at the TPO price, time price opportunity charts, which I still need to do a lesson on, but you'll have where there's just an incomplete auction in these big candles. And so that's why price will kind of go through and check. And if it gets a chance to go down there, it's going to be kind of hunting for any of those resting orders that are looking down there. So that's why we look at the bottom of these big bodied candles, especially the ones that we haven't retested, like this one here that you're in the short for, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen.
Well, when you're making a trade, it's like you have an idea and you can kind of put that hypothesis on the chart and see where your stop loss and your take profit would be and see if it makes sense. And that's that judgment call that we're making. So
yes,
you did it. That's what
I
you
did. Thank you. So what are you thinking for gold? Should we look at gold?
I have not looked at gold yet, but we certainly can.
Yeah, let's look at it together.
Oh, yeah, I have it on my fire lines chart. I always like quants. I like to start with some sort of quant level. So I have my magic lines. This is the fire lines. You'll know about that if you're in the Trading Ranch Discord, but this is another system. And it'll kind of help you get a sense of, are we trending up or down based on this blue line? So we're definitely in a downtrend on it. So we know that if you have a problem, if you have a lot of money that you need to park somewhere, you want to park it someplace safe where it can do the most work for you. And so the indexes in gold can kind of work in an opposite direction, because if you're not feeling good about the market, gold is going to feel a little bit more safer. So that's why when the indexes are pushing, we'll naturally see gold kind of making this sort of move. But what I'll be looking for is if we get that move where we are hitting that resistance on ES, and we'll have the similar kind of spot. If you watch the ES chart, NASDAQ will hit some level at the same point up there where that extended all-time high is. And that's when we could see gold find some support. So when you look on the hourly, we do kind of obviously have some support in here around 32.73. And then we can also just kind of pull out some of the major swing lows and things here. So if we could get some support around 32.73, then we can start targeting 50 or 3,300, which happens to line up with the inflection point on the Fireline's chart today. So I do think that's a good level. And then that would be the inflection point's kind of, I've looked at it as the line in the sand. The developer looks at it, it talks about it a little bit differently, but for me, that's kind of the line in the sand where I'm looking for bullish plays versus bearish plays. So that makes a lot of sense, where if we would get over that 3,300, that gold could start looking to hit some of these levels. So I'm sure that I can call some of these out for you. So the next level's up if we start getting through that 3,300, 33.26, 33.50, 33.75. It's kind of nice those all line up like that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The market always seems to know. And then 34.20 would be the third line on that.
Thanks, Barbie.
There's some thoughts on gold.
Thank you. What are you seeing for news today?
Oh, yeah, let's look at that. So today actually looks really boring. Am I on the right one? Yeah. So here's Monday. It's this gray blob here. Boring. And then Friday, of course, is the 4th. And so most of the news today is going to be really in these 3 days. So this is probably going to be the most exciting trading. Although coming into the 4th, it could slow down a lot too. So we'll have to watch. When we're in low volume conditions, we can end up either in chop or a drift and a little short squeeze. So that can still be fun. But today's pretty dry. Tomorrow, though, we've got Powell and a whole bunch of the numbers that matter to the Fed, which is PMI and JOLTS. But I still think that the Fed is more involved in politics than these numbers right now. I think these numbers are so benign that they're really more involved in the political game right now. And it makes sense. I mean, this guy's being attacked nonstop. Mm-hmm. I might start taking it personally, too, if all those tweets were directed at me.
Yeah,
but
me too.
So we'll see what goes on with Powell. It might be more sticking his feet in the ground, but we'll see. And then Wednesday, the non-farm employment is a big one, and that'll be pre-market. Thursday might be a little bit more tricky because there is the PMI at 10 a.m. But this could end up being a fun day. We'll see. Hopefully.
Yes, we need fun. We need volatility as traders. Everyone answer the poll. What's your bias today? Bullish, bearish? Who trades on Mondays?
Well, Terry's already traded, so I know that Terry trades on Mondays.
I do. I traded last night. Made, I don't know, maybe 700 during Globex and part of Asia. And then I will say, thank you. The nice thing about our show is that I can just save trades for our show. Like, I don't have to feel like, oh, I need to try and finish trading ASAP. Kobe says, haha, Terry doesn't waste any time. Exactly.
Facts.
Yeah, especially with evals. I'm so impatient with evals. I'm just like, just want to get it done and over with. Okay, let's set the bounty. What do you think? It's Monday. I think last week we started at 500 on Monday.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, we're going to need to start growing this at some point. But what do you think, chat? Should we make it easy on you? Keep it easy on you for a little bit?
I like what you're saying, that we should grow it a little bit. Keep it easy.
Yeah, we're supposed to be growing the show.
Yes. I see.
You want more
5,000.
They want more codes and more freebies, but we got to have more viewers for that. That's the way that works. So
this is true. 600. Dunny Jones says 600 views and likes. I like it. 650. I'm seeing 650. 750 is solid. Kobe. Good morning, Kobe. Oh, Mr. Smith says 630 on 630. I like that too. Should we do that? 630?
Works for me.
All right, guys. The first bounty is set at 630. Likes and views. Everyone, smash that like button. 2 hands. Share the show on all. Share the show on all of your socials. Oh, yes, Nick has the day off. Oliver asked, where is Nick? Yeah, Nick has the day off today. So you have Bull Barbie and me, and we have a special guest on at 10 a.m. Eastern Central Time.
And I'm excited.
Yes.
I'm glad they all saved this till I got back. So
we have Mythodical Man, you guys,
Yep.
on at 10. Yes, both hands. Everyone, smash them.
Monday morning smash, 2-hand smash.
2-hand smash. Let's see it. I love the hearts. So what is the market doing now? We have 9 minutes before the market is going to open. And NASDAQ is trading 136 points in the green. Anything can happen.
It is. And right now, honestly, we're kind of barcoding overnight. And I did want to play this. I didn't, but I was so tired. I knew I was going to fall asleep. I just had bullish vibes on this whole open last night. And then we did get that little move after it. I would have been so asleep by then, though. It's not even funny. But since then, we've just kind of been chopping around. So we'll see. The market might kind of want to check the prices to see if this is really going to hold, because we are really starting to push. So hopefully you can go take your profits and we can get a nice bounce before the market kind of fizzles out. We have to worry about that a little bit with no data and all that. We'll have to see how volume comes in. So
yeah,
give us something good, market, please.
Taka Gaming said bounty unlocked. Not quite yet, guys. Everyone share the stream. Oh my gosh. Okay. Awesome job on the like. So we just got to get our views up. Everyone share the stream. Let all your friends know. Come and hang out with us.
So the bounty's on views and likes today. So.
Yes, on both. We've been doing both last week too. It's been fantastic. So did you guys hear the news about MyFundedFutures with the automatic payout approvals?
What do y'all think?
Like what? No other firm does that, you guys. So this is a new thing. I can share the post. We have 8 minutes before market opens. So we can talk about this latest news with MyFundedFutures. Here is the post from Matt. We now offer automatic payout approvals. This is rolling out instant automatic approvals for most payout requests. No other firm is doing this. So not only are we the fastest in town with payouts, but now we will be the fastest in town for approvals too. So no waiting, like, some firms, it's like you have to wait and wait. I don't know if I'm going to get approved or not. There's none of that with MyFundedFutures, you guys. So this week's promo, last day of the promo, if you buy a Starter Plus account and or Expert account, use code YouTube. And once you pass that eval, and you can take as long as you want to pass that eval, guys. I know some people thought they'd have to pass it like once the promo ended, but you could take all month or however long to pass it. Whenever you pass it, you will receive a free eval of the same size. Use code YouTube for that. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Yeah, Uma says, yeah, that's crazy news for sure. Just like championship team, Barbie.
I mean, that's the whole point here, building the dream team. Some people are just like some traders are in it for the quick buck. Some prop firms are in it for the quick buck, but some people are in it for the long term and for, the big picture and growing and developing. And there is a point, I think I made this point a little bit last week. There doesn't have to be a loser for you to win in the market. And the whole thing that I've been looking for in a prop firm is someone that it's going to be win-win, where if I win, the firm wins too. So, that's the attitude that you should have going forward with it, is win-win.
Yes, exactly. And looking for the firm where you can truly grow your trading career, right?
You don't
and I know lots
that you can you don't want to get one over on your firm where you win and they lose and they're not going to win full term. You're not going to get to keep them full term or long term. So
long term. Yeah, exactly. And I've been seeing all these new firms popping up too. And in my mind, I mean, of course I'm biased, right? You guys, I love MyFundedFutures, number one. But when I'm seeing all these new firms, I'm just like, why, you guys? Like, why trade all
Well,
the new
yeah,
firms?
well, no, you
Yeah.
have to worry about scams, seriously, because a lot of these are not actually ever putting anybody on real money, and that's a red flag, because how are they actually going to be paying out talent if they don't actually have real funds in the market for their talented traders? And some of them are, I mean, we talked about, we haven't here, but you've seen all the rug pull stuff on social media. That is real. Some of these are just random dudes in, their mom's basement making a website, taking your money, and they don't have to stay there for long term. So that was important to me. I'm not going to come on and support anybody who doesn't have real people behind them and a real long-term plan. So
yes, it's important to
gotta be
me
careful.
too. Yeah, you really do have to be careful out there. It looks like we smashed our bounty. Is that right? Am I seeing this right?
Looks good to me.
Awesome job, guys. Type in W if you want to win today. W. Let's go.
So
Let's get this party
the
started.
market, the market's feeling real good in general. So this tends to happen when we have Trump in president as the president. This happened last time he was the president. Whenever there's any good news, the market takes it to kind of to the next level. So it's not, you don't have to wait for earnings. It's not that only earnings are the only driver in the market. There's all sorts of news catalysts, and it can put a general sentiment on the market where people are feeling good about buying what they like to hold anyway. So people who got out of the market in April are probably feeling like, oh, they got the major FOMO right now, right? Like, I dumped all that NVIDIA. I got to get back in before it hits 600, So that's what's going on, is people are feeling a lot better about the market.
Yes.
And the way I look at it, so I've been trading long enough and plotting these levels long enough. The market goes to the levels. It needs an excuse to go there, but it's going to go to the levels. It always does what it's going to do, what it wants to do. So
yeah, it's incredible. I would have never guessed when we were at those teraflows that we would be making new highs so quickly.
yeah.
Yeah. Market's going to open in less than 3 minutes.
Well, you have to remember too that when the most dramatic pullbacks have the most dramatic recoveries, and people forget about that because you get all into the clickbait and sensational news and everything online. But when we have those really, really deep pullbacks, that's when you've really got to be paying attention, because we have the biggest, baddest recoveries off of those too.
Yeah, like it can be violent, a violent recovery. I just remember COVID. Like the recovery from that. It was every day. It was like green, green, green.
That's why when someone tries to tell me like the market's just not doing very good right now, and I'm like, look at it compared to COVID, we're more than twice where we were. Like, what?
Yeah, like the big picture, which you're always helping us zoom out. You're always reminding us, like, zoom out, guys. Like,
it's so much easier. So much easier with perspective.
Yes. So everyone, make sure you hit the notification button on YouTube on our channel, and make sure you're subscribed, and then hit notification button, because throughout the week, Luke will be posting special promos throughout the week. So you don't want to miss out on any special promo deals, like where it's super quick flash promo deal. Luke did share one over the weekend, and I think it only lasted like an hour. It was like 30% off, quick flash sale. So everyone, make sure you hit the subscribe button and turn on your notifications. You never know when Luke is going to appear and just give away promos. Baba June said, zoom out. What's that? Good morning, Bob.
All right.
Okay, so market is going to open in
10, 9, 8, 7. We'll get down to 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding,
ding, ding. Here we go.
All right, let's get Terry paid.
Let's get me paid. Let's pass the account so I can get paid and end this payout drought. My goodness. I
This
need to buy
is
some new
why I
shoes.
try to balance my account, and I don't copy all of my trades to all of my accounts anymore, because if I don't want to be out of business. That's why I always looked at self-funded accounts too. Is I don't want to put myself out of business. So that's how I play props too. I'm never going to be without funded accounts.
Always have funded accounts ready to go. Okay, it says Denny Jones says Pogo code has ended. Just letting you know. For my information, it has been, today is the last day.
That's what they told us this morning.
Yes.
We'll check on it though.
Yeah. Okay, so we did unlock
Monday.
the very first bounty. And so a code will drop anytime. It might be in the next minute. It might be in 20 minutes. We just never know. But since we unlocked that treasure, it will drop. So everyone get ready for that. Yeah, so I'm seeing it is just fine. So use code YouTube when you buy a Starter Plus account and or Expert account. And once you pass that, you will get one for free. So hopefully I get one for free.
Yeah, let's see if we can get this done today so you can get two.
Yes, which is my goal, is to only do max 2 right now because I'm in a drought. That's my new thing. It's like just size everything down. Don't have too many accounts. It can get complicated. It can feel very difficult to trade many accounts at the same time, I think. And
it is. And that's kind of the phase of trading that I'm in right now, is learning how to manage all of these different accounts. And I've done it a few different ways. Ooh, I hope you're printing so hard right here.
Oh, let's share. Let's take a look. We are. So market is pushing down, is wanting to fill this gap so far. We're at 95 points in the green, about. NASDAQ is. Oh, it is pushing. Here we go. My take profit is at 22,771 about. We need about $330 more to pass the Starter Plus account. Let's go, guys. Woo, fingers crossed. Let's see if this gap gets filled. Anyone else short? Type in S if you're short in chat.
The market is looking a little heavy. But yeah, like I was saying, I try to, so these days I kind of have my accounts in groups. And so I have 3 different charts that I trade off of. And so each one's kind of a different idea. Like one's NASDAQ, one's ES, one I change. And I have kind of different strategies that I'll put in those different accounts. But then also like those 3 groups of accounts I have on my copy trader, but then I'll still pull accounts. So like that one's done for the day. I'm like, we're not going to trade that one anymore. That one's got what it needs. And so that's kind of my new thing, is learning how to manage all of these different accounts. But we're always, that's the journey, right? It always leads us to the next step. And that's where mine is right now.
Yes, I love that. How you talk about the journey and where you are in your steps right now. It is the journey.
I noticed Matt at the end of the day is really good at managing, having multiple accounts and a lot of different things going on. And so I've been trying to pay attention to him. He does it a lot like the way I've been trying to figure out how to do it, where it's kind of all grouped and he's getting accounts done. Like this one's wrapped for the day, this one's done for the day. So trying to pay attention to how he does that.
Yeah, I've noticed that people who trade like a ton of accounts will, once they hit certain profit targets ish for their account, then they just shut it down, move on.
Because what I'll have is they're all kind of at a different stage. Like different accounts have different buffers in them, and so I've gotten myself screwed on a couple of them where I only have $500-600 of drawdown left because it shouldn't have been taking that trade, or it should have been taking it scaled down better. So that's where I'm having to learn and evolve on that a little bit.
It's there's the trade management of the trade, and then there's the management of the account. Is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I think that as coming into trading already with an entrepreneurial background, I think that's come a little bit more naturally to me. But I think you have to understand that this is a business that you're running, and you have to have a business plan and actually follow it. Like that organization is actually pretty critical to continuing your leveling up all the time.
Yes, we do want everyone to trade responsibly. Like we don't want anyone to go bankrupt. Like, no, we want everyone to be able to become consistently profitable. It does take time. So you do have to manage like your accounts and your bankroll and all that. Hey, Nick is in the house. Hi, Nick.
Yeah, good morning, Nick.
Good morning. We miss you. Hope you're having a wonderful day off. Nick Does Futures is in the house.
The market is slowing down here a little bit, but what we're hitting right now is the highs from Friday. So I think it's pretty natural to hit the speed bump here. So hopefully we can kind of chew through all the little orders. It'll be people taking profit on this short. It'll be the stop losses getting hit from people still long and some trailing stops and things. So there's a lot of different orders that we can see at that high from Friday. So we'll see if we can chew through those and get Terry paid.
Yes, I sure hope so. Good morning, Ash. Ash Trades is in the house. Good morning.
Whole crew's here already. Love it.
Yeah.
The dream team.
Dream team. Oh, the Beast player passed to expert last week and passed a starter plus today.
Woohoo! I hope you got the pogo.
Beast player, congrats. That's awesome. Yeah.
Last day for pogo today too. So, ooh, look at that one. Good candle for Terry there.
It's going. Okay, so people who are trading the 5-minute orb would have been tagged in.
I got Elmo ready. Elmo's coming to the party.
Mustafa says, welcome back, Barbie. Yes, we missed you. Lots of people.
It was weird, like not being on the stream. I had to pop in to chat a couple times, but
yeah, that was fun to see you pop in. Yo, Jim says, I got a pogo stick. Bouncy, bouncy. I've never tried a pogo stick. Have you, Barbie?
No.
The code. Trading ranch 50. Everyone type in trading ranch 50. 50 free
Trading
reset
ranch.
code. Let us know if you got it. It's Barbie's Trading Ranch 50, you guys. Welcome back. Achi got it.
I'm still looking forward. I got to get that vacation in here one of these days. Not the family trip, but the vacation.
A real vacation. CJ got it. Mike
there we
Caro
go.
got it.
Death Star.
Ice got it. Congratulations, guys. Louise got it. Market Garden. I like your name, Market Garden. Market Garden got it. Yeah, so everyone stay tuned. If you didn't catch it, there will be more giveaways throughout the day. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. We love these free accounts. Oh, look at the market. I was kind of thinking we might bounce off of Friday's high. Is that where we just bounced off
That's exactly where we, that's exactly what we bounced off of. That's on ES. It's the purple line I have on my chart. I don't have it marked on NASDAQ, but yeah, that's what we hit.
Okay, I'll just let it run. Let's see. This is the hourly. I like the way it looks on the hourly for the short. So I think statistically, if we open a lot higher than, or I mean, maybe not a lot higher, but just higher than the previous day's high, statistically, the market coming back to test that high is very high. So I kind of wish I had put my take profit at that high just to like lock in a trade and then maybe get into another trade. But the thinking behind this trade was a gap fill. So that's why I'm just going to let it run. It is interesting, depending on your time frame, like bulls and bears can both win at the same time.
Right. But that's what I was looking at. So any major high or low is going to be like, that's where a lot of order is going to be. It's going to be take profits, stop losses, entries. There's going to be so many orders at a high. And that was not just Friday's high. It was also the week's high. So that's a daily, the most recent high from the previous day, as well as the previous week's high. So it is a really, really major level. It doesn't mean that the market can't keep going through it, but it's got to put like there's just a natural speed bump in the market at a level like that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I had marked here. The 62.35 to 62.90 on ES is the area that I was looking for that. But look at what's happening. It's becoming it's flagging. So this is what happens when you run into a whole bunch of orders right there. We're getting a flag. And this is not really the right trend line, but I want to be able to do it fast so y'all can see it. Oops, that was definitely not where that goes. But up there, there's a little bull flag. And you can, if we get this flag break, then you're in good shape. So what I try to do when I'm in this sort of situation and I want to diamond hand it and I want to hold on to it is I'll get my I'll try to make sure I can get break even or better stop before that won't get hit by this level. And so I don't know where your entry is, but that's what I would try to do is when that level's coming up to make sure that I could at least get beyond break even so I don't lose money on what is a good trade. But it doesn't mean this can't keep going. It could keep going, but that's what's going on is like there's naturally going to be a lot of orders resting at the previous week's high and the previous day's high, and it's both of those. So and this was the June contract's all-time high on ES. I don't have it pulled on NASDAQ, but it'll be in the same area. 62.35 was, if you don't adjust for that gap, that's where the all-time high was. And those are always levels. I did a stream and everyone was very distracted because I thought I was going to be trading, but I was doing a stream where I explained a whole bunch of this, how I compare the two contracts to get some of these levels. And that's one of the most obvious ones.
Yeah, I've wondered that with contracts, with rollover, and there are different levels. And then if you look on like Thinkorswim's platform, how they stitch it all together. So those levels are different than like the individual contracts.
Well, this one, they stitch it all together here too on TradingView. So this one down, I think, can you see it? I don't know. There's this B adjust down here. This is the one that either adjusts or doesn't adjust. So right here, we're adjusting for contract changes. And then right here, we're not. So you actually have that button. It's a little bit easier to see on the hourly because the gaps will change. Because the rollover is over here. So you can see that gap and then it'll change when we stop adjusting. So that gap just went away right there. This blue, purple guy is showing where the contract roll was. So no gap, gap. Because that one is not doing that math to connect them. So yeah, a lot of the different platforms do that. But that's when you get that where I was talking about the two different all-time highs. There's the one that the June contract actually made, and then there's the one that the June contract made if you bump the June contract up to meet the September one. Does that make sense?
It does. Do you think they're equally as important, or is one more important than the other?
I don't know if one's more important because as day traders, we're just looking at spots where we should take profit before the market turns around, and both of them matter in that respect. And well, you should pay attention to the actual like running all-time high is the one that we tend to run through and then come back and retest. And in the market, it gets really hard to get your stop out of the way when we start breaking the all-time highs. But when we're breaking through one that we've already passed like this, so this would be the June all-time high, it's not going to have that same reaction. It's more just a support resistance level in the market. So whoever's methodology you follow, they're going to have a way that they're watching this level. It always seems to work. Here's some short. Are we getting your short? Here it goes. See, we just had to chew through those orders that were naturally going to be resting there. Because if you do I still have this? Yeah, if you look at the hourly, it's just really obvious that there's a swing high right there, right? Like it's obvious. Like that's where I'm going to put some orders.
Okay. And
that's where we were right there. So
would you get into a 15-minute orb break on the downside if you get tagged in?
It time?
It's almost time. Yeah. 3. Yep.
Let me make sure I got the right account pulled up here too.
I think if 5-minute orb people are tagged in short, if 15-minute orb gets tagged in too on the short side, I'm feeling good about my short. So while we're waiting, in there. I'm not sure if you're feeling like, you are going to take it if you get tagged in. It's
a systematic trade. And I had a bunch of I don't know why people say it doesn't work when I have the receipts with it working. But so I've just been taking it. This account has just been dedicated to the orb, and it's still going. Like, it did have a rough week there when we first started it because we just happened to hit it when we were in a lot of chop. But the thing against this is this level down here that I was just talking about could definitely also be a reversal level. So
Okay.
we'll see. But here's the thing that I do, because I don't even have to be at the computer later when this happens. I can just put the buy on the other side of it. So when we get tagged in either direction, whichever way it wants to go. Because I have had sometimes where the first break will get stopped out, but then the second one prints, and even the third one too. So
we will see what
that's how we do
happens.
that one.
So everyone, make sure you're subscribed and you've turned on notifications throughout the week. Luke will be doing special, surprise, really quick, short promos and deals, and you don't want to miss out. I know over this weekend, he did announce like a 30% off for 1 hour off of any account, I believe. So you don't want to miss out. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications. I am feeling like I really hope we can pass this account on stream. That would be fun. We only have about $240 more needed to pass the Starter Plus account. Anything can happen. I'm short 3 micros still. And so far, it's looking good for a gap fill. I like that.
Elmo.
I like that the first 5-minute candle, the New York candle, we have not tested the highs of that candle. We've just been kind of trading down. A slow melt down. Ash Trade says, come on, get Terry a TP. Yes, NASDAQ, please. Let's go.
We're getting close to that whole number on NASDAQ too, the 22,800. I always kind of watch those 100 levels. I don't think they matter as much as the ES tends to gravitate toward them, but
yeah.
The way I think about it is like, where is everybody else putting their stops and their take profits? Because that's where the market's going to possibly change or slow down or whatever it's going to do.
Right.
And some people might have one there. I don't.
Yeah.
Try to think about that.
And like, just because the market pulls back, it doesn't necessarily mean that we end the day red. It could still end the day green. Like, we just never know. I've noticed sometimes if the overnight inventory is super long, and then sometimes at the open, I've noticed the market will just correct that inventory. Everyone's so long.
If you have, well, especially if you have a gap in the actual futures and then an impulsive move away. That's the one I like to play. That's my favorite. I know you look at the RTH gaps every single day, but my A+ gap setup is when we have the gap in the futures and the impulsive move away that we haven't corrected yet. That's the A+ gap trade for me.
Yes, someone did ask in chat about the gap. They're like, "Oh, what gap?" Yeah, so there are
everyone's saying what gap, because on futures there isn't one. So that's what you're looking at is the RTH, the regular trading hours. So that would be, it would show up on QQQ.
Yeah, and I can show you guys on my chart like the number that I look at. I know a lot of traders kind of miss this number. If we share my chart, I can show it to you. On Trade of 8, is it showing? Okay, we got it. So right here, this 56 number, 54, it keeps going down. So it's right below price. So this is the regular trading hour gap. This is the amount above Friday's close, New York close. So when I'm playing for a gap fill, I'm looking at this number. And when we were already up early this morning, I don't know, we were up like 130 plus points or something. And then I look at the average true range too, and just kind of look at like, I kind of eyeball it. I just look at the previous days, like how much have we been trading? How volatile have we been? And then if I come into the morning and I see, oh, like for example, this morning, I was like, oh, okay, we're already trading at 130. Like that's a lot for pre-market. So that also gives me the confidence to go short for a gap fill, in case anyone's curious. It's kind of how I process that information. Here we go. Oh, we only need like 80 bucks, $100 or so to pass the Starter Plus account. Barbie,
We're still kind of hitting in that that level I was looking on ES, the 62.35. So
62.35.
we kind of got like one little group of orders, I think, to potentially get through. So I am tagged in on the 15-minute, just barely, but it got me. So we'll see if now I want the continuation too. So let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so I did move my stop to break even, and then I only need what, 200 or $140. So this is past how much I actually need this TP. I only need $3,000 total of sim profits to pass the Starter Plus account. So we only need like 10 more points. Let me move this to about there. Let's go. Let's go. Will we get there? I don't know.
Let's go,
maybe.
Elmo.
Elmo. I want to go.
Come to play.
Here we go. We're almost there. $70 more. Go, go, go. No Luck Pure Skill says win. Wouldn't it be bananas if the market just completely reversed? It's okay though.
It could. We're at one of those spots, but
yep. But it's okay if it does, because I've moved my stop. I'm not going to let this turn into a loser. And the P&L for the day, we're already up like 1,300. So good morning, Roman Arts. Here we go. Barbie, you're tagged in. You're 15.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my chart to cooperate. I'm on my backup mouse today too. It's driving me crazy. All right.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so the new take profit is at 22,789. And I moved that just so that we can pass. What's that, Barbie?
I said, oh, we're so close.
So close. This is the half-an-hour chart, you guys.
Blair was asking if you're able to have multiple accounts with MyFundedFutures and can you copy trade on them? And yes, you can have multiple accounts and you can copy trade.
Yes, we love that. I do want to work my way up to getting all funded accounts, filled every spot, of course, but I have been on a payout drought this month and last month. I didn't get any payouts, so that's why I'm like, okay, I need to kind of calm down and only trade 2 accounts max right now, but one day it'd be awesome to have like every spot filled. Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. Pine Tree Trader said, Methodical Man is taking notes. In less than 7 minutes, Methodical Man will be joining us on the show. We'll get to learn more about how he trades, what he looks for. Anything can happen.
Chat's feeling for you. They want you to book it, but it is so hard psychologically when you're at that final like $100, $200, whatever it is, and it's like, do I just book the trade? Because you do start to play your P&L instead of the charts a little bit sometimes. But I do want to point out that Terry actually moved her take profit closer to price instead of farther away. So Terry's initial take profit based on the market was farther away. So she didn't move her take profit farther out. She moved it closer in.
Yes.
So, you know.
Yeah, it is tempting to just lock it in because the profits are there, right? But I am playing for this gap fill, so I'm just going to kind of let it run and we will see what happens. And I'm sized right. My stop loss has been moved, so I'm feeling good. Yeah, John Gomez says, time to lock in, Terry. I know, right? Gotta let those winners run, though. We got to let them run. Otherwise, like, I don't know, the numbers don't quite work, so I'm just gonna let it run.
There is selling on the tape still, so we'll see.
Yeah, Roman Arts says, it's going, Terry, leave it alone, exclamation mark. Thank you, Roman Arts. Yeah, anything can happen, guys. I mean, definitely if the market completely reversed, I would regret, like I would wish I had booked it. Definitely. I don't know. I think
Hindsight
hindsight,
trading's the best. Yeah. We're all
yeah,
so good at that.
yeah, hindsight trading is the only way to win 100% of the time.
The tape is kind of trader slang for the level 2 where you're watching the order flow.
Great question.
It can be level 2 or level 3.
Yeah, I don't have level 2 on here. Oops. All right. Market is kind of barcoding a little bit since 8:35 trading, coming back to test that 5-minute opening candle low. It is pushing. Who knows? It might push back to VWAP. This is VWAP.
It might. We'll
It
see.
might. I know. It's okay, guys. I won't cry if this goes all the way back.
I don't know.
Time
That
to
might make the
trade it.
haters sad. They
Yeah,
love the drama.
I know. It's
We'll
just
make
one trade, you
Elmo
guys.
cry.
I don't want to cry today, really. TCG Andy, good morning to you. Everyone smash the like button. Myth is going to come on. Mythodical Man will be joining us this morning. You're taking just a tiny bit of heat, Barbie?
Yep. I actually already have the buy on the other side of it too. This is just how I've been doing it. I'm also working on programming this. I've been behind on live because it's summer, but that is one of the top projects right now. So I've been playing with just really grinding down on all those little rules, because when you're trading algorithmically, it's always yes, no, black or white. It's not, well, but obviously we're bouncing off of a level, you know? So it's a little bit different. So that's what I'm kind of working on that front right now.
Would you ever not take the trade? Like if the candle is just too big or the 15-minute range is too big, you'll just
Well, I've
skip
talked
it.
to people about that. So, I mean, if you're trading it systematically, you take it every time.
Yeah.
So I've talked about sizing, because that was one of the first like major criticisms I had of this, is like, your stop is too big. Too big for what? Like how long is the fence? Like, is it too short or is it too tall? I don't know. It depends on the situation. So when we're talking about NASDAQ, if you're just taking one mini, that can be a massive, massive stop. But if you know about micros, you can take 1/10 the size really, really quickly. So some people, I know, so even I will have a bracket that throws out kind of just an arbitrary dollar base to take profit, but I'm actually moving it to the levels. So I'll look at that and I'll say, well, how many points do I have? If my max loss in my account per trade is $500 based on the math that I've come up with for my trading plan, and my stop loss is $200 if I take a micro, then I can take 2. And I actually haven't been paying as much attention to that because I'm working on a tool to do this for me. But that's how I determine how many I can take. So is the candle too big? I mean, you just size right. You have to get sized right. If I'm trading a really, really small account and even 1 micro is too much, like if my max loss per trade is $200 and that stop loss would exceed $200 on 1 micro, then I skip the trade. But that's not a situation I'm putting myself in, because I can put it on NASDAQ. I can put it on the MES too if I want to. I can trade options with it. So there's a lot of different ways that I can capture the same idea. So for me, it's all just, this trade is about the numbers game. I have different trades that I take for different reasons with different hypotheses and different numbers, but this one is just based purely on the numbers. What we have to worry about with this trade is that the days that it fails are the days that we end up really choppy. We have no news today. It could be really choppy. So I could make the decision that in my system, I'm going to filter out every single day that doesn't have news. But for me personally, I'm not, because we can also have those days can end up being low volume days where the market just starts taking off too. Like we can end up in a short squeeze on a low volume day. That happens. So we're looking at the big picture. It's not about every single trade. It's about the numbers over time.
Thank you, Barbie. So we have our special guest, Methodical Man, in the house. Come on down, Methodical Man.
Dun, dun, dun. He's loading.
Good
There he
morning.
is.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
How you guys doing? I just got
Good.
tagged into a short here.
Ooh,
Ooh.
sweet. We like the shorts right now. We're both
Short
team
on
shorts.
50 EMA. We're short 2 minis currently.
Nice.
We're out on 1, and we're going to go break even now. I am just a scalper, guys. I'm not holding long term like you guys are.
Terry does not like to hold long. She would like this to go faster. I know.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is
You
the
know me,
classic
Barbie.
50 EMA touch here that I just took.
Okay.
I love this. We're just getting right into it.
Right into it. That's how it works.
I
No
love
messing
that.
around.
So let's drop a form. What do you think, Methodical Man? Do you want to help get the party started to give
Sure.
away some free accounts later and do the wheel?
Sure. What are we giving away here? Just some free accounts?
Some free 50K starter plus accounts. So a
Sounds
form
good.
will drop, you guys, in chat. Whenever it drops, make sure you get your name and your info in there, and that is how you enter the wheel. And we will randomly pull names from the wheel so that you can win a free 50K starter plus account.
There you go. So I got tagged out right there, just up $200 on that play. So I was thinking that it might continue to move lower, but unfortunately it came back and got me.
That's what we're here for. So hopefully we get that. But yeah, I'm ready to switch if I need to. So we'll see.
Form is in chat, you guys. MyFundedFutures just dropped the form. Make sure you fill it out to get your free 50K starter plus account. Celebrating Methodical Man on the show with us this morning.
So you got tagged in off of the 50 EMA there. Is that a normal trade where you're looking for where we're trending on the 50 to buy or sell that?
So the blue line is the 9 EMA, the red is the 21, the white's the 50. I look for a cross and then I wait for 10 a.m. And then after 10 a.m., if we have nice spread between the 9 and the 50, then I'll take that first touch for typically just a 1-to-1, 10 points. I tried to get a little runner going there, but it just didn't work out. Usually I would just take the 10 points for $400 and call it a day. So
$400.
I do like a scalp too, but that's why I have different trade setups, and we've been tracking this one because it happens every day. But
yeah, what are you in currently? You're long or short?
I'm short NASDAQ. I did quick take. This is the thing. I have a hard time talking and scalping at the same time. I did have a quick little buy on ES that I took, but I'm already out of that too. So I always have multiple things going on here. But yeah, I'm in the opening range breakout short on the NASDAQ still.
Yeah, nice.
Taking some heat.
I do have the opening range marked out here. That's the green and white lines. I do mark those out. I don't typically use those levels for an entry point, but I do like to know where they are.
When we end up chopping, we do end up kind of hanging out inside of those lines, unfortunately, for the trade. But it's what we have trade management set up for.
Yeah, Methodical Man, for people who are meeting you for the first time, can you share with us a little bit about your journey, how you got into trading?
Sure. I mean, it's really nothing spectacular. I have one of my best friends was into trading. He traded stocks and options, and we were talking about Bitcoin one day, and he just kind of mentioned, we were just getting into the discussion of trading, and he piqued my interest. And so I started doing a little more research on my own, found a few of the larger influencers, like most people do, and then decided to take my own journey and started my own channel. Been trading for around 3 years. I've had the channel for about 2.5 years. So it's not any kind of a crazy story. I just kind of keep it simple on my strategies and the things that I look for. I have 2 or 3 different strategies that I use, and that's pretty much it. So he's still trading. He doesn't trade futures. He trades stocks. So, but I love futures. I love the idea of trading the same pair every single day, not having to find a stock that you need to short or long. I can literally just come to the charts and I'm just trading the same price action every day. So that is, not everybody's like that, but that's the way I am. And so, yeah, he's not really
I
into
feel like it
futures,
makes
but
it
he likes
easier.
stocks. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're just trading one pair. And you don't have to find it. You just jump in and find you a spot, long or short.
That's one of the
And let's go.
questions everyone asks me when they first hear that I have anything to do with trading is, well, how do you find the stocks to trade? And that's like, just trade the same thing every day.
That's exactly
Every
right.
day.
Makes it a little bit easier. So,
Yeah,
and
like you understand the personalities of
right.
whatever it is that you're trading.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I explain to people with strategies, right? I'm not a person who thinks that one strategy is better than the other. So like you guys trade the opening range. If that works for you, then that's perfect. You have to choose a strategy that fits your personality. And that's a huge thing. So if you're a person who can't hold a trade for a long amount of time, then using a strategy that requires you to hold it for a great deal of time is not going to work for you. And that's the reason I'm a scalper. I like to move my stop quickly to break even, and I like to secure profits quickly. And so, that's why I use these types of strategies that are just for scalping. So if the strategy can work for, Terry or Bull Barbie, and, you guys may be able to hold those trades longer, but if you're a person that you just can't do that, hold for the 1R, the 2R, then you're not gonna find the same success. So that's what I tell people. If you watch someone trade a strategy and it works for them, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. You have to really find what fits your personality to make you successful.
Yeah, Ash Trades says very good information. Just knowing yourself. And so if you're a newer trader, you think like try some different strategies, figure out what it is that you can sit with comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you trade. I mean, whether you trade volume profile, whether you're a bull flag, bear flag, an EMA trader, doesn't really matter. You have to find that kind of sweet spot. Like I said, I like to see winners. So I need that 70-75% win rate. If I sit here and I trade and I'm at 40%, I'm not going to feel like I'm being successful. So it's just not something that fits my personality.
Yes. Trading with Forrest is in the house. Good morning. There is something about being able to sit in lots of losing trades or not, because some people can't sustain. Like, can you really lose 7 trades in a row for a 30% win rate? A lot of people can't. And so, or is your personality the opposite, where it's like, yeah, like I need to
trading
see
a 30% win rate though? Who's trading 30%?
Well, 30 is probably
there
a
are
little
traders.
tough, but yeah, 40% I'd say probably is the minimum.
Yeah.
Somewhere there to at least be profitable. What with a 1 to 2R, 40% still makes money.
This is the market's starting to do the thing I was wanting for the short here. Come on, follow through. VIX is trying to bounce off of some stuff here. Come on, VIX.
What's the VIX at, Barbie?
It's not that exciting. It's a little over 17. We can get it pumping up here.
We are getting through that 50 EMA here, so it looks like the upside might be coming into play.
We'll see. It might be. I want to see VIX kind of break out here, then we'll get our short. Otherwise,
I think as long as the ES holds below 62.42, the shorts are probably fine. That's kind of a line in the sand there. We do have that new day opening gap or new week opening gap, I guess, down there at the 50, 750 area. That could be the draw.
That's kind of where Terry was originally looking to. So we'll see. This is, I was expecting it to be kind of slow. So there's kind of parts. So I will scalp and I will be in longer trades. Some trades that I trade do not have a time limit. They could pay in the first 5 minutes I'm in, or they could take an hour. But would you look at today and say, oh, we don't have a lot of catalyst, and be more cautious about entering if you only want to be interested in scalps?
No. So basically, it would be based on price action. If I feel like the price action is fine, then I'm going to take the same amount of trades that I would take on any other day, whether there was news or not. So, for example, I like to look at the first 30 minutes and see if we have, is there displacement in the first 15 to 30 minutes? And we had it today, right? Nice little move down. That first push lower was 67, 70 points, not huge, but even in a range, even in a day where there's 100, 125 points, you can still find plays if you're patient. And this is where I have more than one strategy that I trade. So my main strategy for my funded account is inversions. So I like to see key areas get broken. So for example, we have this bearish gap here on the 1 minute. If price would close back above this with good momentum, then I would consider a long here, because we did sweep kind of some obvious wicks over here to the left. So that 802 area.
Yeah, the highs from the weekly and the highs from Friday. That's what we were watching too.
Yeah. And we also were kind of at, I think we need to get down to that gap to get 50% of the overall range. So this would not be like an A+ setup for me, but it's, it's more like a B+. If we get good momentum and a nice close here above the VWAP, then this is a long that I would consider taking. And basically the stop out would just be a close back below. So around a 20-point stop or so.
Yeah, it's looking like that that bounce is working out now. Wish I was still in that one now. Oh well.
Yeah, looks like it's testing VWAP. Mr. Smith asked, can you ask Mythodical if he has multiple strategies for other styles other than scalps?
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about here. So on this type of play here, I'm going to target, the opening print or the next swing high to the left. That's what we would kind of target here. So I'm going to wait for a second here. Normally I would still, take, I still consider it a scalp, but it's not going to be, it's not a huge play.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm wishing I booked the profits now, right? We'll let it run. Pine Tree Trader asks, what's your favorite fast food?
Mine, Chick-fil-A. The Lord's chicken.
Some chicken? They have the... Oh, go ahead. Oh, they have the best mac and cheese. I love it.
Yeah, they have good mac and cheese. I would say most people say those calories don't count.
The Lord's chicken doesn't count.
Yeah, those calories don't count. But my waistline would say otherwise. So
yeah, exactly. It doesn't count if you say it doesn't count, especially on the weekends. It doesn't count.
So I'm in a long here. ES is at the 42. It's also approaching the VWAP, so we might get a little resistance here. Not a real clear break even. Normally I would like to see another swing over here so where I can go break even. I would go break even at the internal. So what we're going to need here is we either need to create some sort of internal swing here, or not an internal swing, what you call it? You guys know. And then I would go break even there. So for example, if this candle closed here, this now would be my break even point. But otherwise we'll just hold it and see what happens.
I'm a little frustrated because we just have a lot of like mixed stuff now. So we got the Dow and the Russell are not participating in this little bounce. So I'm worried about the market kind of being sluggish here. It would be nice if we can get something going now. I was worried about just getting one little move and then bleh.
Yeah, that's kind of what we get sometimes. So I am longing into resistance here on the ES, which is not the greatest thing, but we'll see how she plays. And again, just to close below the gap is going to be the stop out. And if this loses, then I would just know that, hey, my draw is wrong, right? We're probably still going to go lower. So
make new lows for the day.
This is not the reaction that we want to see, but we don't panic. We just let the trade play out.
That's what Terry and I are always talking about is trade management and making sure you're sized right so you don't get upset and freaked out by little moves in the market, especially when we're just watching 5-minute candles and smaller than that sometimes.
Hmm.
I might have been full port last night, though. I'm not going to lie.
Well, we all
Do
have our moments.
tell. Share. Love stories.
Yeah, we were full port a couple times on the stream last night for no real reason.
Yeah. How often do you stream? What days, times?
I stream Monday through Friday, 9:15 to usually around noon, and then I'll throw in the Asia sessions, typically 2 to 3 times a week.
Mm.
So around 6 p.m. open, mostly Sundays and days where we may have decent movement. So
And your YouTube handle is
Mythodical _man. Yeah, just as it is there.
Yep. Everyone go follow, subscribe to Mythodical _man on YouTube so you can check out his streams. And are you also on other socials too, like X, Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on X, and we have a couple others, but I'm not a huge social media person. I need to do better. So you guys are welcome to
You and
follow
me
me
both.
there. Yeah,
I forget I have them.
I just don't post as often as I should. So
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with all the different ones, and then TikTok, and it's a lot. So YouTube is really your main focus. Share with us kind of some things that you've seen traders struggle with the most, and like what advice you would give them. People trying to pass an eval. I think there are a lot of people probably working on passing.
What people struggle with the most, in my opinion, is something that I struggle with. So I think it's pretty well relatable, is being able to walk away on a red day, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can walk away easily on a green day, or at least I can. If I'm green,
Yeah,
it's easy for me to walk away. But yeah, if I have a red day, it's very, very difficult for me to walk away. And that's why on a lot of my funded accounts, last year I implemented the 1 trade per day rule. So if I took a trade and it lost, then I would no longer trade those accounts that day, and that sort of thing. So it's very easy to walk away when you're green, but when you're red, that's the most difficult thing to do. Because if you go back and look at your trading days, which is what I do a lot, we did just close below. So now I'm going to snug my stop up to this swing. And if it tags us out, it tags us out. That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you just take 1 trade per day, and if it's a winner, you walk away. If it's a loser, you walk away. What you find most often is if you don't walk away, and let's say you turn that $200 losing day into a $1,000 losing day, the next day you typically have a very good day, right? You'll have a $400 or $500 day. Whereas if you would have walked away, you would be back to profit. So you walked away at $200 or $400, and then the next day you made $5. But if you lost $1,000, well, you're still in the red. So really having that, the mental ability to just say, hey, I'm red today. It's okay. I know that I have a 70% win rate. So 7 out of 10 days, if I take 1 trade per day and walk away, I'm going to be green, So that's the most difficult part, in my opinion, for people to kind of grasp, the ability to just walk away there if you're red.
Mm-hmm.
So
we just want to fight. We want to fight.
Yeah,
Instinct.
I mean, what do most people do? You take a losing trade. You don't even wait for the next real setup. You double your size and you jump into just a random, I think, trade, and then you end up smoking the account, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I do think, a lot of people say, well, like the one trade per day, like, how do you really progress with that? Well, you can't. I mean, if you're making $400 on your winning days and you're losing $400 on your losing days, but you're winning 7 out of 10, you're still making money. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's all about.
I think a lot of the lessons that we end up going through are some of our light bulb moments are all about slowing it down. So
yeah, exactly. So, and that's something I struggle with, walking away after kind of, I do that myself. I'll end the stream down $400, and then, you don't leave the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see this next setup and this next setup, and the next thing you know, you're back in the weeds again, and you're even more red than you were before. Now, here's the tricky part: you're going to have days where you take that second, that third, that fourth trade, and they actually work out, and then you're back to green, and that's going to mess with your, it's going to mess with you mentally, because now you're going to think that that can happen more often than not, and it just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just one of those things. So, But that's what I do. I try to spread it out. Now, evals are different. I am a person that believes let's fast track the evals. Let's get those passed, quickly as possible.
What about the
So-
very first one? This is where I struggle with that. I personally like to knock them hard and get them done.
Yeah.
But do you think that's good for your first one?
If you're new,
Yeah.
no. If you're new, definitely not. But yeah, if you're someone who's comfortable, you've gotten payouts, your strategy works, and the quicker that you get to a funded account, the quicker you can get the payout, then I think it's okay to kind of fast track the evals and be more aggressive, as I am here. You see, I just took the one winner and I took the one loser. I could have walked away there up $200, but we took the second trade. And I'll find more spots to take trades on this eval today to try to get it where it needs to be. But yeah, my funded accounts, we won't do that. So I got a question for you guys though.
Yes.
Maybe we shouldn't bring this up, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do it anyway. So you guys like the orb play? Have you ever considered the 15-second orb?
No.
What? No, I've never considered a 15-minute orb.
No, not minute, second. 15
Seconds?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, seconds. Do
Come
tell. What
Here
is
comes
this?
Elmo. Yes.
I don't know. I've been trading that and I've been liking it a lot lately. I
15 second though, huh?
15
should
Like, how do you
seconds?
do it that fast?
I should gatekeep that, but I'm not. I'll show you guys an example here. So all I'm doing is just taking the first 15-second candle. Like this morning, you see we had a pretty big candle and we kind of stayed inside of it for quite a while there. So I just go one tick above, one tick below, and then I'm taking a big size, so this morning, don't tell anyone, 15 minis for 4 points. But it's has a pretty large win rate if you look at it.
Well, now I'm going to, because I got a whole project going on where I can check that now. So
you see this morning we kind of double topped. Some people might have got tagged in there. I did not, because I was one tick above, but I had my stop just one tick below the low here. So you can see I got tagged in. We took 1.5 points of drawdown. I had a 5-point stop, and then it just went. So I think I ended up making $1,800 on that this morning. But yeah, it's something you can take a look at. My back testing, the way I'm trading it, has about a 78% win rate. So pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty good. And that's with a 1-to-1 R. So yeah, that is a full for it. That's not something like it's not a trade that's, I don't recommend going that heavy and doing it that big, but hey, that was an eval, so I don't mind doing it like that. So
we are getting that breakout on VIX that I was looking for. So
yeah,
the
you're getting the
market is
pushback
trying to
down
move
for
down.
sure.
So let's see.
Let's
Let's get some
go.
follow through, market. Let's get some
Let's-
follow through.
Let's go. We only need $180, $87 ish to pass the Starter Plus eval. Use code YouTube when you purchase a Starter Plus account and or Expert account. Today is the last day of the promo. Once you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. And I think earlier some people did say that the code wasn't quite working for the promo eval. So we do have our team checking on that. But yes, use code YouTube to help support the channel and the traders on the show. Roman,
I think there is a limit to that code too. So if you've already used it a bunch, you might have hit that.
Yeah, I think it's 3 evals that you get max per person. Magnus says it's such a good promo. It is. Methodical Man, did you see that MyFundedFutures is going to do automatic approvals?
Oh yeah, I mean they're already fast, so I was like, how much faster can you get? Pretty sure it's the fastest in the industry already.
Right?
Within minutes already. So I guess now it's going to be even faster.
Yes, fastest.
I kind of didn't realize that they weren't already automatic, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It felt like it was since it was already so fast.
Right. Same.
That's the amazing thing about MyFundedFutures. I mean, you request a payout and then within minutes it's in your account. You're not waiting days or, in some cases a week at a time to get a payout.
That's where you get to be impatient. Be patient with your trades and be impatient with your payouts.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
We need the money in the bank account so we can go buy things.
Gimme.
Food. Yeah. Go buy some Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A it is. It doesn't take much money for that though. Although I'm told that it's a waste of money. So when you can cook at home.
Who cooks when you're trading?
Yeah, I don't cook. So
You want to get to the point where you can afford to not cook. That was me. I don't know. That was my goal. I don't want to have to cook if I don't want to. So there we are.
I'm tempted to join the shorts with you guys. The only thing that's scaring me right here is ES has already taken the low.
Yeah.
It's a little
I
scary.
played the ES short to that low, actually. Well, I was looking at the 62.35. So when we got another little flag off of that, I took a little scalp there, but I'm still hoping this NASDAQ orb trade works out. We always like it when that one works out.
I might jump in the short here. It's a little bit of a chase. Nice. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I like the orb plays. I could never make them work for me, though.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about when Terry first joined, too, because she was doing the 5-minute. And so we were trying to kind of combine our efforts. I don't think we've fully come up with it yet, but we were working on some data when the 5-minute breaks. Do we also get the 15 and that sort of thing? Or is that one become a reversal?
Interesting.
We haven't gotten that yet. Do you have a complicated back tester? Because that's what I need.
No, I am old school, so I back test manually.
That's what I do mostly too. Well, I start manually and then I program kind of the top things I want to test.
I have a trading book that I keep everything in, and I back test everything manually. So
I did see your back test, part of it over the weekend. You're back testing and streaming it, sharing how you do it. That was very interesting to see.
Yeah, it's always fun to back test a new strategy. That's why I'm always looking at new and different things, because just because one thing works today doesn't mean it's going to work in 6 months. So, and also that being said, like I said, you may not get your normal setup. If you have a normal strategy that you trade, that setup may not come during the day. You may need something else that presents itself. I will say, if you're new, maybe not, maybe not looking at more than one strategy, at least until you're comfortable,
What we've talked about is kind of focusing on one at a time and becoming an expert on that. But that's what you're doing with back testing, is you're becoming an expert on it.
Exactly.
So then you get your practice trading it over and over and over. And then once you nail that one without getting emotional and thinking hard about it, then you work on the next play for your playbook, which, like you talked about earlier, is going to be different for individual traders, what your playbook kind of is made up out of. If it's all scalps or combination.
Yeah, I typically stick to the scalps. 10 to 20 points and just kind of go from there.
Sometimes I know that I do not want to be at the computer long, and so I'm only looking for scalps. Other times I know I'm ready to go watch a movie in here and just chill, and then I'll be looking for some other thing, or I'll be looking for scalps and longer trades. But for me, that's what it is developing that set of playbooks and that set of skills that you can deploy when the time is right.
How long are you holding the orb play? Are you guys holding that for what's
I
the
have
average?
held them all day.
All day? Wow.
I don't usually I want it to happen during the morning session, and I have trailed some real close and just otherwise bailed, or at least kind of scratched out. If I know that I'm done for the day and I don't want to worry about trading, then I'll do an early exit. But that's why I'm working on getting this automated too.
You're taking how many micros? I know you're trading a micro on that, right?
Yeah, I was lazy. I just did one micro this morning, but I was also not feeling as great about the short coming into that level on ES. So I took it on NASDAQ, but I was really watching the 62.35 on ES. So that was another thing, is like when we have major support on the sister index there, I'm not that aggressive with it.
Let's do the wheel with Ash. Ash is in the house. Come on down, Ash. The more the merrier. Let's give away some accounts together. Hi, Ash.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
How's it going?
We have Mythodical Man in the house.
Hello, Mythodical Man. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I'm over here doing some DGen stuff right now, so turn your head. You guys have probably never seen the likes of this.
I heard 15 minutes.
I keep that on my other. I keep that on my other chart.
All right,
the DGen stuff. I like to show the DGen stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes I do. Not on this stream.
It's in all of us. Who wants to win an account? Everyone type W if you want to win. Type in W to increase your luck. We never
Get
know.
that karma.
Good luck, everyone.
I'm
Let's
gonna
go.
throw W in
Let's
chat
spin
too.
the-
Maybe I can get in there.
Let's spin the wheel. Let's give away some free 50K Starter Plus accounts. Mythodical Man, would you like to announce the names?
Sure. As soon as I see them, let's see. SBM Trades. Congratulations.
Congrats.
R. Francis. Congratulations.
Woohoo!
Ustai. Congratulations. You've won an account.
Woohoo! 50K Starter Plus account.
JJ. Nice, simple pronunciation. I like it. You have won.
Congratulations.
Brams. You've won an account. Congrats. And the winner is Doji.
Doji. Congrats.
Zane. You have won an account. Congratulations. Punisher. You have won an account.
Woohoo!
IMW40 or LMW40. You're the next winner.
Last one.
DMC5597. Congratulations.
Woohoo! Congratulations to all the winners. If you won, open up a ticket in support when you log in with help and let them know that you want an account to win your prize. Your free 50K Starter Plus account. Congratulations, guys. Thanks, everyone, for entering. Stay tuned throughout the day. We do have more giveaways. Thank you, Mythodical Man, for coming on today.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me.
It was really fun to learn more about your strategies, and everyone go and follow Mythodical Man's YouTube channel, and you can catch him streaming live and back testing, learn all
doing
sorts of
degen things.
Yeah.
Degen, that's right. Only
15.
sometimes.
Full port. Let's go.
All right, guys.
All
I
right.
appreciate you having me on.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with your trading day.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Bye.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Monday, chat. Who's ready for another good week of work? Another week, another opportunity to gain some more conviction in our business. Hello, hello, hello. Very happy to be back on here with everybody. Some more time to keep going over the logic that we provide to our decision making in real time during market hours. Best learning opportunity you can get, showing up for your session every single day and building that muscle memory. So just going to take a moment to say hi to the chat, see how the community is doing, see how everybody's week is going, and then we'll get into some information here. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Lots of familiar faces in chat. Love to see the community continuing to show up, relentlessly working and learning every single week. Good morning or good day. Hello, hello, hello. So throw a W in chat if you're able to win one of those giveaways. Congratulations to the winners. While you're at it, hit the sub button. That way you can communicate with us here in chat. I believe the chat is sub-only mode. While you're at it, hit the like button as well. We continue to keep providing value every chance we can between trades, new hosts, giveaways, the whole nine. We're going to be showing up every single week continuously working and learning every single week. Congratulations to the winners. There's some W's there. Yeah, so you got to be aware. Sometimes the giveaways are surprises. Sometimes we schedule them. Sometimes we do the wheel. Sometimes we do the forms. We like to change it up. That way we keep it fresh. We bring new ideas. We have new giveaways. So how's everybody starting off the week so far? Let's see where we're standing. Let's see if we're green. Let's see if we're red. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade this week. See how chat is doing. Just taking some time to say hi to the community. Welcome everybody to my segment. We'll get into some information here shortly. Just want to spend some time with the community as well. So let's see. Starting off with some 1s. Nice. Couple 2s in here. Some more 2s. Some more 2s. All right, looks pretty 50-50 so far. Couple 3s as well. Some more 2s. Maybe more red than green here. Well, without a doubt, we're in a tricky area now. We can start to go into some analysis and what I'm looking for moving forward. There are a couple announcements as well. We'll get to that later on in the stream. But let's get into some information here first. Get a top-down analysis done. That way we can understand the situation that we're dealing with, how we're going to approach it, create a game plan for the week. That way we understand the important levels and ideas to consider. All right, so phenomenal job. It's finally time. There's your new all-time highs. Congratulations to all the bulls, all the people that took the long-term positions with me. We've completed our objective here, okay? We've made new all-time highs. Congratulations. All those long-term investments, the 401ks, IRAs, the long-term investors. Congratulations. What a beautiful move. The bulls, every time they go and scream recession, the bulls step in and say, all right, I guess it's time. So somebody remind me when they go and start screaming recession again. Maybe that'll be my new indicator or something. Because I haven't heard them say recession ever since, the tariff days. So somebody alert me when they start screaming recession again. But now that we're at all-time highs, give me a second here. Now that we're at all-time highs, we need to change our stance, understand the scenario that we're in. Okay. I move from bullish to neutral here. And that's where I'm going with this, is that I've explained to you very clearly that above swing highs and inside bearish FVGs, that's where I look for bearish biases. Below swing lows and inside of bullish FVGs, that's where I look for bullish biases. The objective to the bullish bias has been completed. Now we are above new all-time highs. Since we are above the swing high, I need to analyze whether the market sees a change in the state of delivery or not. If it has a change in the state of delivery, then I'm also going to see if there's a cracking correlation at that location as well. Okay, so we're at an important area here. You can see that NQ made new all-time highs where ES did not. That's something that I need to keep my eye on to see whether the market is tipping its hand or not. Do we get a cracking correlation here? Yes or no? Okay. Not looking to predict the future. I'm looking to efficiently react to the information. This is the information that I'm currently looking for an answer on. So I'll analyze the market structure over the coming days to see if this is a cracking correlation at new all-time highs. Okay, so beautiful job for the bulls. They made their move back to all-time highs. Now that we're at all-time highs, I'm going to move to neutral bias. I was bullish the entire time. Now I'm moving to a neutral bias, and I'm sitting on the sideline waiting for more information. That's the stance that I have currently. So we need to see what price does at this location. We can do that by looking for cracks in correlation. So this is the first thing that I'm going to look for. Does NQ move lower from this location? If it does, that gives me more conviction in this bearish cracking correlation, seeing that ES did not take out the high. That would make ES the weaker pair on a higher time frame after sweeping a swing high. Okay, so need to see more information. I don't have a bias right now. I'm neutral. I'm staying on the sideline, information gathering. I'll be patient until we get the information that provides insight to the next move. Okay, so we'll watch the market structure. This is something that can help you understand the direction, right? So, for example, if you take a look here, here's the all-time high. After we took out the all-time high, you can see that on our hourly chart where we look at market structure, you can see that there's a cracking correlation here at the highs. Okay, so notice how NQ took out the all-time high. When it took out the all-time high, let me just fix this line real quick. I don't know why it's bothering me. When NQ took out the all-time high, it created a bearish SMT there, right? Because NQ took out the highs on the hourly chart. ES did not take out the highs on the hourly chart. So again, a cracking correlation. After the cracking correlation happened, you then got a bearish change in the state of delivery, right? So the market structure was making higher highs and higher lows until this point in time right here. Right, so you can see the highs and the lows. Here's a low, here's a low, here's a low. They made a new low once they displaced through this swing low here. And that's what I mean by change in the state of delivery. Whatever you want to call it, I don't really care about the terminology. The market structure shifted. We were in an uptrend, and now we might be starting a downtrend. Change in the state of delivery. Whatever you want to call it, I don't care. It looks like there's potential for the market structure to shift here. And there's a cracking correlation at this location of all-time highs. So you see how I'm gathering information here? I'm just building a case currently. I'm looking to put probabilities in my favor. But also notice something else is that I'm not instantly jumping into new positions. I'm not instantly changing my bias. We did a very good job with the bullish bias, the whole move up. I don't need to instantly flip my bias just because we're at all-time highs. I can move to being patient and collecting information. We don't always have to be in a position. We don't always have to know where the market is moving. So notice some of the characteristics that are going into this too, because less is truly more, quality over quantity. Sometimes having a better win rate is simply from sitting out of more losing trades, right? So you can erase some lower quality trades just by taking less trades, is what I'm trying to say. So don't be in a rush. We need to, stay in control of our emotions and our mind. Do not become impulsive, okay? Don't let the euphoria of the news, right? We had the doomsday posting. That was the whole recession conversation. That's going to scare you away from any longs. Now we're going to have all the euphoria posting, right? So now they're going to try to trap you in longs by euphorically posting new all-time highs. The market's doing amazing, blah, 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 right? It's the same. It's the smoke screen again, but vice versa for bulls versus bears. Okay, so don't fall into the euphoric posting of, new all-time highs, the market's pumping, that it's doing so great. No, the pump was from the lows. Okay, this was the pump. Okay. Let me just zoom out so everybody could see it. This was the pump. Don't fall for the euphoric social media posts. Don't fall for the news. Okay. We just need to remain objective to the current information. So what I'm saying is read price like a book. Just read it left to right. Don't worry about the news. Don't worry about anybody's opinions. Don't fall to the euphoric posting. Just read price from left to right. Look for cracks and correlations at certain locations. Then look to see if market structure supports that idea. If it supports that idea and you have conviction in your game plan, then move forward to executing. If you do not have conviction in your game plan, that's where I'm saying go to the sidelines. just wait. Because usually what you do in between positions is what ruins your accounts. So don't become impulsive. You don't need to know every single price fluctuation. Just be patient. For me to be patient, what I'm currently doing is that top-down analysis that I just explained. On the daily chart, I'm watching to see the type of reaction that happens at all-time highs. If we get a cracking correlation at all-time highs and the market structure shifts, then I may become bearish. I'm not bearish yet. I'm currently neutral, looking for more information. If I get more information confirming that idea to be bearish, then I'll become bearish. And we'll go over it here on stream as well. And that's why I'm pointing to the current logic that's going to help me become bearish, what's going to give me conviction. Okay? So next thing that I have to point out, and this was part of the announcements, is the shortened week. We're always developing logic to understand whether we want to take a position or not. And I've explained how time is a very important element in terms of creating those probabilities. Okay, so what I'm referring to here is non-farm payroll is usually the first Friday of every single month. Well, non-farm payroll is on Thursday this week. So that's important, right? The change in volatility is something to be aware of. NFP is one of our largest volatile news events. That's happening on Thursday this week, not Friday. So there's already a little change in the schedule, right? Because Friday's bank holiday, because here in the US, we celebrate 4th of July. So that was one of the announcements, was that just be aware that there's not going to be a stream on Friday because of the bank holiday. Everybody should touch some grass, enjoy the 4th of July, spend it with their family or working on their health. So enjoy the day off for the bank holiday. There will not be a stream on Friday. That was one of the announcements that I wanted to make. Thursday being NFP, that was the second announcement that I wanted to make. You have to be aware that NFP is on Thursday this week. Okay, our largest volatile news event. It's going to be an important time, and it's on Thursday instead of Friday. And lastly, the end of the month. Okay, be aware of month-end closures, year-end closures, quarter-end closures. Those play a role in price as well. And we have a month-end closure today. So I'm pointing to three different points in time that are also making me cautious is where I'm going with this. Time is slightly off. We're dealing with the month-end closure. We have an early week, a shortened week, and NFP is on Thursday. Okay? So I'm cautious. I'm being patient, and I'm waiting. I'm going to continue to gather more data so that I can have some more conviction. Until I have conviction, I'll be completely okay with being flat. So notice now bring this conversation to a trading, right, and executing conversation is notice how I'm not even logged into my live account. This is important because for those individuals that can't deal with their impulsions, right, this is where you need to put in hard stops, right? If you are not capable of controlling your impulsions to the point where just because you show up to the screen and just because you show up to the chart, if it makes you press a button, you either need to put in a hard stop by just not even turning the computer on, deleting the apps off of your phone, or just like for me, I'm capable of controlling those impulsions, but I do put in hard stops by not even signing in is where I'm going with that. So if you need to, not even log into your account to make sure that you don't trade during those times of needing more conviction, then put in those hard stops, put in those ways of proactively managing your risk. Okay? So just want to get some top-down analysis done so everybody understands my stance, the current scenario, and the information that we're looking for. Now that you have the top-down analysis, that explains why I'm not in any positions today, and I'm not looking for any positions. So Unfortunate for the people that were coming here looking for a position from Ash. That's not going to happen today. In my opinion, you need to only be executing when you have conviction. Plain and simple. That's what it boils down to. And when you don't have conviction, right, put those hard stops in to make sure you control your impulses. All right. We'll wait until we gather more data. Once there's more conviction in price, then we can look to position ourselves. Just be aware of the shortened week. Be aware of non-farm payroll being on Thursday this week. All right. So now that I got through my analysis section, we could go over some questions and answers. I can head over to chat. I just want to make sure I got my analysis done first. That way everybody understands the bias and what I'm looking for. While you're at it, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. We're going live every day of the week, except for Friday this week because of the bank holiday. So let me get over to chat. Let me refresh the page. So for anybody, if I missed your question, I was focusing on my analysis there. Now I'm over at chat. I could answer some, we could do some question and answers for the next 30 minutes if you'd like. See what we have here. I trade gold and NASDAQ. And in gold, I trade the 4-hour, 1-hour, 15-minute executions. And I hold trades 1 to 3 days sometimes. So when even I take a trade, I try to find a higher time frame draw on liquidity for my trades, and I get hit break even. So that whole break even conversation, a lot of people know my stance on that. I'd rather take the risk than move to break even. You know, I accept the risk before the risk is taken. So when I'm risking, I want to risk. You know, a lot of people think I have a different perspective on that because they always talk about protecting their capital. I'm protecting my capital before I even buy evals. That's where I protect my capital. When I'm going to risk, I want to be risking. So I normally don't move to break even. I leave the stop exactly where its original location is, and then just TP when it's time to TP. I'd rather not do break-even trades. And I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just saying my point of view. I choose to do that for my risk management. That's all I'm saying. So do I not trail stops? That's exactly what I'm stating right now. I do not move my stop loss. I put it in where it's in shows invalidation. So take a look. Right, here's a long position, just for example. This is what a long position would be for me, right? A bullish breaker. Breaker is always going to be found in this leg here. It needs to have an FVG aligned with it, right? That's a unicorn model. And then I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low. Okay, so aiming for 2R. I enter at the beginning of the breaker. I put the stop at the low. I leave the stop here the entire time. Okay, if price goes in, gives me an entry, right? So it retests the area, gives me a long entry, and then it just goes like this. I still leave my stop loss here. One or two things are going to happen after I enter the position. Either I get paid or I lose. I'm not an individual to be going break even. That's the choice that I've made for myself. That's the risk management that I want. So again, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just letting you know the choice that I make for my risk management. Ash, you're not trading this week. I am trading this week. You just got to understand I'm currently looking to obtain more information. I don't need to trade every single day. I need to trade when I have conviction. If I don't have conviction, then it's more, more beneficial to be staying on the sidelines. Anytime you cannot clearly define your game plan or clearly define your risk, you should just stay on the sideline and wait until you can. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just staying on the sideline, waiting for more conviction. Ash, when do you trade gold? I really don't trade gold at all. I quite literally have only traded gold once in my lifetime. So I'm just not a gold trader. I focus on ES and NQ. You'll see across all of my prior live streams that it's mainly just ES and NQ. There's very few times that I've traded oil. So I have taken a handful of trades on oil, but it's majority on ES and NQ. This change in the state of delivery doesn't mean it's going to be short, but what further makes it short as an overall higher time frame bullish? I want to see bullish areas start to fail. Okay. For more conviction on whether we've actually became bearish, I want to see bullish areas fail. Right. So I've explained many times, I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Right. So if I start to see bullish FEGs fail, that gives me more conviction that this is a bearish change in the state of delivery. All right, so you can see that this bullish FEG has already failed. So there's one of them. All right, you have another bullish FEG here. So this is something that would make me think that there's more conviction in the bearish idea, seeing bullish areas fail. Very good question. So we're currently doing questions and answers. I got another 30 minutes left on my stream. I've already provided the top-down analysis, so that way you understand what I'm looking for moving forward. A couple announcements regarding the short week and the change in NFP. Now we're doing questions and answers for the second half of my stream. Even if you plan intraday trade, once price hits TP, I don't close the trade and wait for higher time frame draw and liquidity. So how can I manage the issue? Also, I move my stop loss quickly because of the 50% of my trades get hit break even. So again, I'm pretty sure I just answered that. I'm not sure how else I can make it more clear. Let me just read the question one more time to make sure that I'm understanding it properly. Planning an intraday trade. Once price hits the TP, I don't close the trade and wait for a higher time frame draw and liquidity. Why are you not taking your profits when it hits TP? That's the first thing. If you had an idea, you had a game plan, and that game plan had a specific objective, when it hits that objective, why aren't you closing the position? That in my opinion, that just doesn't make any sense. That sounds like greed. So let's look at this scenario real quick. I'm pretending that I have a bullish bias. Okay, so this is what I would want to see in a bullish bias. Let's play out this entire scenario real quick. Okay. Ready? So if I'm bullish, this is what I'm looking for. First thing is a very clear draw on liquidity, right? Equal highs. I want to see equal highs as a target, a objective to the position. When dealing with equal highs, I want to see the right side be the failure swing. So notice how this high right here, it does not look like this. That's not an equal high. The right side is the failure swing. It's lower than the left side. Okay, so that's the first thing. I want to see equal highs. Second thing is that I want to see the idea generated from a higher time frame point of interest. All right, let's say this is an hourly bullish FEG. Okay, I also want to see this occur at New York Open. Right, so I want to see it occur at a higher time frame point of interest. I want to see it occur at a certain time of day. When this is occurring, I would like there to be a Kraken correlation here. Okay, so let's say NQ tapped into the hourly bullish FEG while ES did not tap into the hourly bullish FEG. Okay, so that's an hourly bullish Kraken correlation. Right, so I want to see a clear target. So something to aim for. That's the first thing. I want to see a higher time frame level. That's the second thing. At the higher time frame level, I want to see a Kraken correlation, and I want to see this occur during the important times. If all these things occur, then I'm looking at this as an entry function, right? The bullish unicorn. Bullish unicorn is a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Once we close above this high, this becomes a breaker block. And I want to see an FVG aligned with this breaker block. That's what a unicorn is. When I'm executing the unicorn, I'm entering at the beginning of the breaker, stop at the low, targeting 2R. So you're telling me you get an entry, price moves to the target, you've completed your idea, and you're not taking your profit? That I don't. It's very clear. You got to close the position and be done. And be satisfied with enough. If whatever this number is, you've created an idea and price has completed that objective. That is what trading is. So if you're not closing it here, I'm not sure what to say other than close it and take your profit, right? You don't close the trade and you wait for a higher time frame draw on liquidity. How can I manage this? All right, so I'll just go out on a limb. This is not how I execute, but even if you're like being super, super greedy and price is already above these highs, put your stop loss up here, right? Instead of going break even like this, why don't you put your stop loss in up here so you guarantee yourself that you're at least taking 2R. Right, so stop putting it at break even. Stop going like this and put your stop loss here. You guarantee yourself 2R, then you can still achieve 2R while being greedy. I mean, sorry if that's like too straightforward, but that's what we're doing here, right? Like if you create a game plan and the objective to your game plan has been completed, you're done. You're done for the day. You got to close the position and be done. Okay. So I don't mean to be straightforward. I'm not trying to come off negative or anything. It's just that's what we've been talking about here. You got to stay away from the emotions. You got to manage the chart, not your feelings. You know, if you're risking $500 to make $1,000, when you're at plus $1,000 and you're not taking your profit, then you're succumbing to your emotions. You're choosing to trade emotionally, impulsively, instead of looking at the numbers and being objective. It's the risk to reward what matters. Like you could just turn this chart off. We don't even need a chart. And you have to understand that your risk to reward has to be 1 to 2R or more. Okay, so $500 for $1,000. Okay, or $300 for $600, $200 for $400. Whatever feels comfortable for yourself. You have to be putting a cap on your downside. So you have to know exactly what is a loser so that you know what large winners are, so that you know what 2R is, right? If you're risking 500 for 1,000, once it gets to 1,000, either close the position or put a stop loss at plus 2R so you guarantee yourself 2R if you want to be greedy trying to reach for 4, 5, 6R. Okay. Break even, like why are we putting all that mental capital, all of that emotional capital at risk by putting it at break even? Because it's going to come back and take you out of break even. Ash, what car do you drive? I actually don't drive a car. I drive a truck. I got a Chevy Silverado. Perfect change up right there. Appreciate the question. Ash drives a piano. Smashing the over on the piano comments. New week, new piano comments. Gotta smash the over on the piano comments. Any giveaways have been done today? Yeah, you must have missed all the giveaways. We've had multiple giveaways throughout the morning already. So got to stick around and you'll see the codes. We did the wheel as well. So multiple codes. We also did the wheel. Yeah, maybe we'll have to set up a piano giveaway. What's the win rate on the unicorn model? You have to understand that a model doesn't have a win rate. An operator has a win rate. Okay, so I could give you the same exact model that I'm trading, and we will have different win rates because it has nothing to do with the model. It has everything to do with your ability to execute the model. Right? You have different mental intelligence, you have different emotional control, you have a different risk appetite. So you're going to react differently to price than I'm going to react. For that reason, we're going to have different win rates. We could be using the same exact model. Right? So here's a great example, the conversation we're having this morning. Those individuals that move their stop loss to break even, once it becomes green, they're going to have a different win rate than me because I don't move my stop loss to break even. Right? It could be the same exact model, but we execute it differently. But if you want to see my actual statistics, I continue to keep updating my socials with my live account, where I've been right at 50%. It hovers in between 50 to 55, back to 50, back to 55. I'm a 50% win rate trader. I focus on 1 to 2 risk to reward. You'll see that through my socials. I keep updating my socials with the statistics. Oh, surprise. There we go. Code one more time, 50 for 50 free resets. That's what I'm talking about. Nice little surprise there. Another giveaway. It's incredible. The amount of giveaways we do on the stream, it provides so much value. We did the wheel once already. Now we get a code as well. There was a code in the earlier stream as well. Absolutely love to see it. Who got one of the code? Who got a free reset? Throw a W in chat if you got one of the resets. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the resets. Congratulations. See, all the people asking in chat for all the giveaways, you just got to participate. Got to be ready for the surprises. Love it. Absolutely love it. Sometimes there'll be surprises. Sometimes they'll be scheduled. Sometimes there will be resets. Sometimes it'll be accounts. Sometimes it'll be forms. Sometimes it'll be the wheel. I love that we just change it up. Keep everybody on their toes. All right, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of water. While I do that, throw some more questions and comments in chat. I got another 20 minutes on my segment. We're currently going over any type of question or comment regarding this trading business. Once again, for anybody that's just now joining, my current top-down analysis is that I'm waiting. I've moved from being bullish to all-time highs. Now that we're at all-time highs, I'm moving from bullish to neutral. I currently have no bias. I'm currently being patient and staying on the sidelines, hence why I'm not in my account here. I'm not interested in any trades right now. What I'm most interested in is gathering more information, collecting more conviction before executing again. Okay, so currently moving to a neutral bias and currently looking at this market structure on the hourly. There's a crack in correlation here. Oh, that was supposed to go on the line. There's currently a crack in correlation here. So I'm waiting to see if this plays out. There's a crack in correlation with a change in the state of delivery. So I'm looking to see, this is now becoming my line in the sand to see whether we want to move lower or not. So does price come up here, find resistance for lower prices? Yes or no? Now, I'm not going to act on that. That's what I'm saying. I'm moving to the sidelines and being neutral. I'm looking for more conviction. I don't need to participate in every single move. I don't need to know where price is going at all times. This is one of those times. When you don't have conviction in your idea, move to the sideline and be patient until you do. Anytime you cannot have clarity in certain information, then just do nothing. Okay? And in my opinion, simplicity brings clarity. So it's very simple idea here. I'm looking to see if this was a change in market structure. That's all. Here's my line in the sand. If we come up here and we get rejected in this area, then that makes me think that we do want lower prices. And I have that because of the daily time frame, right? NQ took out new all-time highs, while ES did not take out new all-time highs. So there's potential for a higher time frame crack in correlation at a higher time frame location to become bearish. Now is the time to just wait and get the conviction in that idea by looking at the market structure. So I'm neutral today. I'm going to wait and be patient and stay on the sidelines. I'm going to take a sip of water, and as I take a sip of water, throw some questions and comments in chat. I got another 20 minutes before my segment ends. We'll finish it up with some more Q&A. Alrighty, heading over to chat, and let's see what we have for the last 20 minutes here. Ash, what will you do if price taps into the hourly FEG, but there is no SMT? I just explained exactly what I'm doing right now. This is exactly what I'm looking at. This is what I am doing currently. So this is my current game plan. I'm looking to see if this area provides resistance for lower prices. Ash, what did you do for work before profitable trading? I was a New York State arbitrator. So I was working at an insurance company, helping find resolutions for disputes between insurance companies. So analyzing information just like I'm analyzing information now, essentially. I've spoke about that before, and maybe I'll hit on that topic again real quick because it's very important. Okay, so this is, everybody needs to hear this, so listen up for a second. Multiple sources of income is a key to starting this business. And I've said this many times, and I'll continue to keep preaching it. You need to work more. Okay, your main source of income, right? Your 9 to 5 should cover all of your bills, keep food in the fridge, keep the lights on at home, and provide some savings. Okay, so your main source of income goes to your family and your health and your well-being. Then you should go get a second job. Go work on the weekends. Whenever you have time off from your main job, go work a second job. And that second job is what fuels your trading. Specifically because then you're in a safe financial standing. Your family's taken care of. You never miss any bills. There's always food on the table. The lights are always on. So you have no worry about what truly matters in life because they're taken care of. Then go work more. Get a second job. Now you know the money that you're making is supposed to be used for trading, and that gives you more confidence in trading. You're not worried about losing that money because you already know that it was specifically meant for trading. Okay? Get multiple sources of income. Go work a side hustle. It doesn't matter what you do, but there's got to be some secondary source of income to then fund your trading. Because when you know that that money you're using is supposed to be used for risking, you'll be more comfortable with risking. Okay, so very, very important. Always choose your family and your health first. Always take care of them first through that main source of income. That's the first objective. Once that's completed, then think about a side hustle to then fuel your business. Very good question. So waiting to see if we'll still get a new low of day. I saw Barbie and Terry were in shorts at the open. Hopefully they're still in those shorts because it looks like there's still potential for lower prices. Let's see if, I believe Terry was in an eval, so hopefully she gets to pass that eval. Still potential for new low of day there. I don't know if Terry's still here, but did she close those shorts or are we still in them? Advice on transitioning from options into futures. Yeah, try prop firms. Okay. I would specifically get the MyFundedFutures 50K expert account, primarily because of the leverage, right? You're allowed to have a certain amount of contracts in a prop firm account, whereas if you were to use a cash account, you would need a lot more capital to fund that account to use those positions. That's why we use prop firms. There's leverage in prop firms. So it's a lower cost, a lower barrier for entry, and it provides leverage to use larger size than you would if you had a cash account. Okay, so from transitioning from options to futures, check out MyFundedFutures, check out the rules so you understand the challenge, you understand the risk that is being taken, then try a prop firm challenge. I would complete that challenge, get a couple payouts, move it into a cash account. That way you could diversify between a personal account and a 50K expert account. Something that's different in terms of options to futures, there's no Greeks over here. Okay, so you don't have to deal with gamma, theta, vega. Each contract has its own point value. So every time NQ moves 1 point on one contract of NQ, that's a $20 change in your P&L. So you know exact figures is where I'm going with that. Like when you buy an options contract, your theta can burn, right? Your time can burn, and that can change your P&L even though price hasn't moved at all. That doesn't happen here. Price needs to move down and up for your P&L to change. So there's point values. That way you can strictly define your risk, right? So one contract of NQ, you know for a fact 10 points would be $200. So if you want to risk $200, you know that your stop loss would be 10 points on one contract. Very simple. You can calculate your risk. Yeah, there is slippage, just like any other market. Even if you go and put your stop loss at 10 points, maybe they fill you at a $220 loss. Maybe there's slight slippage, but CME data is very good. I would take CME data over CFDs any day of the week. I don't trade currencies for that reason. The slippage over there is just, it's not it. It's not it. I'd rather stick to futures. I've tried options as well, and that's why I'm here at futures, because I even pick futures over options as well. So very good question. Just a couple differences in terms of futures to options. Sorry if this was already asked. I just signed on. What do you think of the inversion FEG strategy? I think any strategy can be profitable. It's the individual that's operating the strategy that makes it profitable. You could trade trend lines. You can trade indicators. You can trade orbs. You can trade inversions. You can trade unicorns. It doesn't matter what you trade. It's the way that you execute it. It's a you versus you battle. You need to have strictly defined risk management, and you have to have the emotional and mental control to conduct that risk management over time. It doesn't matter what strategy you use. They can all be profitable. It's the operator that makes a strategy profitable. Okay. So slow markets to start the week. If you didn't take advantage of that New York Open sell-off. There hasn't been much since. It's just been going sideways ever since. I have my game plan. I understand what I'm looking for. I know that I don't need to risk right now, so I'm very comfortably flat for my session. Day trading is not everyday trading, and hopefully people will start to realize that. Choose less is more. Quality over quantity. Do not feel the need to have to take a position. Do not feel the need to understand every single fluctuation in price. Have some peace with your analysis so that when you have conviction, you can easily identify that conviction. Okay? How can I journal my trades properly? So it doesn't matter what software you use, right? Because I journal on Twitter, I journal on YouTube, I journal in Discord, I use Instagram. I use all of the social medias as a platform to document. You can see my @ sign right below. So if you want to follow me on Instagram, follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitter or Discord, it's @_Ash_trades_ on all social medias. That's where I document. So in terms of having a platform to document, that's where I document. And the things to be documenting are one, excuse me. You need to have your before, during, and after, along with your emotions or your mental. That's what I would say you should be documenting. Document a bias and a game plan before the market opens, right? Your before. Then during, document how you feel, what you see, if there's any positions that occur aligned with that game plan, how you executed it, and what happened. Then that's your during, and then your after is the results. Analyzing your results to see what you did good, what you did bad. Now, you need to do that via recording or text, whatever you feel more comfortable with. I personally do these live streams so that I have a form of recording, so I could see and hear my thoughts out loud every single day because of these recordings. Then I also have Discord, YouTube, Twitter to then do it via text as well. So multiple different forms is giving me repetition to have conviction. I do a before, during, and after via text and recording. I highly suggest everybody should be documenting. Without a doubt, that is going to be your best learning opportunity because this is a you versus you business. You learn about yourself. You learn about your character. You learn about your emotions. You learn about your actions. You learn about your thoughts. And once you can control all of those things, that's when you can become a good operator. Very good conversation this morning. I also want to say thank you for all the individuals that are participating. A lot of value going over these questions and information. So thank you, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I still have no interest in price. The game plan is set. I understand what I'm looking for. In terms of the game plan, there's nothing to take advantage of. So I really have no issue being flat. I'll remain flat. I'm very happy with being patient right now. Happy Monday once again. Just a recap real quick. Wanted to go over the announcements again. We're going to have a shortened week because of the holiday. So no stream on Friday. Happy 4th of July for anybody that celebrates. There's not going to be a stream on Friday because of it. Thursday is non-farm payroll. So non-farm payroll is normally the first Friday of every month, but you have to understand that it's Thursday this week. So there's a change with that. I also wanted to mention the instant payout approvals too at MyFundedFutures. I'm definitely going to try that out. They are just innovating. They're trying to continue to be at the top. It's incredible some of the things that they are creating over here at MyFundedFutures. I'm definitely going to try out the instant payout with my live account. I'll update everybody with how that process goes. Do we need an external software to copy trade multiple MyFundedFutures accounts? If you choose the Tradeovate platform, Tradeovate has a group trade option. You can do group trading there. So you can put all of your MyFundedFutures accounts into one copy trade, and you can copy trade on the Tradeovate platform. You do not have to make an additional purchase. That is in the Tradeovate platform. Ash, do you have set trading rules? What are your trading rules, if you don't mind? There's more than enough rules than the last 4 minutes that I have here. I'm sorry, but we have been going over my rules over all of the live streams that I've been here. We'll have to continue to keep doing that, but I don't have enough time with just 4 minutes left to go over all of them. So I'm going to point you to my YouTube. My YouTube has a unicorn model playlist, that completely free playlist. So you can just go and check out my model there. I just need more time than just 4 minutes to explain all my rules. So we'll continue to keep doing that while we go over these live streams. I'll be here again tomorrow, same exact time. So if you want to go over them tomorrow, start with that YouTube playlist and then come back tomorrow. That way you have an understanding of the model that I trade, and then we can go over the rules for it. Yeah, anytime. Completely free playlist. Just hop over to that YouTube and go to the unicorn model playlist. So we got enough time for maybe one more question before we transition over to Tom. I highly suggest you stick around for Tom's segment. He's been provided a lot of value each day. So we got another couple minutes here before we move over to Tom. If you have any last question, I'll head over to chat to answer one more question. Once again, do us a favor. Like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. That way you could be notified for when we go live again. If you're sub to the channel, you can communicate with us here in chat. Sorry for the newbie question. For the codes, do you start a new account to get it, or is there a place in your account to add the new code? You go to start a new challenge. When you go to make the purchase, you input the code. That's where you get the code. Once you complete the transaction, the code will be implemented. So you go to start a new account challenge. There's a spot that says apply code. Put the code in there, press apply, see if you got the discount. If you got the discount, complete the transaction. So I'm sure there's going to be more codes throughout the new segments. So definitely stick around. Today was a nice surprise. I'm glad that we got to do the wheel and a surprise code. That was very good. All right. So just some last closing notes for myself. The tip that I'm going to leave with everybody today is that every day is not a trading day. All right. Simplicity brings clarity. When you don't have clarity, choose to sit on the sidelines. Okay. If you cannot clearly identify your model, if you cannot clearly create a game plan, if you don't understand how to move forward with taking risk, then just don't take any risk at all. So today was that situation for myself. To leave you all with, you know what I'm looking for. Prices at all-time highs. My bullish bias has been completed. For that reason, I'm moving to neutral, and I'm waiting for additional information. If we get conviction in a bearish bias, this is where I will look. I want to see if this location here provides resistance for lower prices. If it does, then I'll start to look for lower prices and I'll become bearish. But what I'm leaving you all with is patience is truly a virtue. And this is one of those moments. If you cannot have conviction in certain information, make the choice to stay on the sidelines. Patience is truly a virtue. Choose less is more and quality over quantity. So I'll be flat for today. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. Let's welcome Tom onto the stage.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. Good to see everybody. Ash, this was an awesome segment, I must say. And it's good to be back on the new week, actually last day of the month. Welcome. Good to see you guys and gals. It's been a very interesting session. Very, very interesting session. An interesting day so far. Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to begin. I really don't know. Hey, Roberto, welcome. Donovan, good to see you. Yeah, and welcome. Hello to the hosts and the mods. Good to see you guys. All right. Interesting is terrible sometimes. It is. But let me just, go over and again, let me just say that Ash was again providing excellent value. So I was just listening all the way. I was streaming earlier, but then immediately tuned into the stream here. I really, really love the topics here. And so, Leslie, hello there. Not the legend. Hey, everybody. All right. So interesting is terrible, definitely. I think nowadays it really, really is. And I'm going to go over real quick of what I think happened. And unfortunately, I do have some not too positive news, but don't worry. We're going to move on, past that. And I have small, not too positive and a little bit positive news. So the not too good news is that I have hit the daily loss limit on my MyFundedFutures funded account. So, because both of them hit the daily loss limit. Yes, I know, but don't worry. It's all good. There's some good news as well. So I hit the daily loss limit. I was copy trading after the London session today. And I was like pretty much attached to the idea that the market should be going down to that 5-minute zone, as you can see right here. So up there, and this is the 5-minute chart here, up there I was trying to, take on some positions. I second guessed myself. So I did all the mistakes that's actually humanly possible in trading. And the biggest mistake this morning on Monday is that I kind of copy traded my funded accounts because I just wanted to take a payout tomorrow. Obviously, that's going to be postponed a little bit, but don't worry, it's going to be fine. And so I chopped myself up here sometime anywhere after 5 a.m. to around 7 a.m. No, maybe like 8 a.m., somewhere around this area. Tried to forget it, but anyway, I chopped myself up, and I was with micro, so I was switching between 5 to 10 micros, scalping here and there, kind of looking for the market to finally drop. So I entered multiple short positions. Like I entered here. Hold on, I entered here. I entered, then obviously it took me out, tried to enter one more, and then I thought that it's gonna go higher, and so on and so forth. And I don't even know what I did. So anyway, multiple position, chop myself up. It is what it is. Moving on. But small positive news is that I managed to secure my third funded account on this drop here. So that was nice. But the London session was definitely interesting. We, as you guys know, I'm streaming every day as well during the London and the New York session. So we will keep talking about the ES today earlier, and all-time high on ES so far is somewhere around 62.87 ish. area. Okay. And I was like, okay, this could be one more push into that area. So I wasn't really expecting after the London session, especially, sorry, this is the hourly chart on ES. So where is midnight? I'm going to put a line here and explain what I was looking for. Okay. So I was kind of looking that, you see, here is 2 a.m. And I thought like ES is going to be unstoppable and might just going to push higher and higher. So that's the thing that got me confused. And so I'm switching back to NQ. And I was like, when I saw this push, I was a little bit like confused, like what's it going to be? Because I think ES still drives NQ. And as long as ES will try to push higher, NQ is going to have a hard time dropping. I think that's my personal opinion. And so that got me confused. We got into a short position, by the way, in the London stream, made a small profit. I took a partial profit somewhere around 850 something, but then it turned against me. It took me out at break even. So anyway, was interesting. And then I was so convinced about this level, at 845 that I was like, okay, it just has to drop because it's just having a hard time pushing higher. It switched market structure here just at 830. And then, of course, I decided to wait for the market open. And so on this drop, I managed to scalp my way down on an evaluation account. And so I have the new funded account now. But man, I mean, obviously, the moral victory is still here. I mean, we still have it. And the zone got destroyed as I anticipated it. But I made all the mistakes. I'm going to talk about this stuff a little bit more, like all the mistakes that's possible up there. And then after I made these mistakes, I already knew that, okay, the rest of my funded accounts, I'm not going to do anything. So I'm not going to trade on my funded accounts. This day is just not going to be that day. So I just sat back and I said, okay, no, thank you. I think the problem is that I was too much focusing on that payout, today, because I had a plan that I will make like $200 or $300 on the funded account each with just one single copy trade. And so tomorrow we're just going to do a request, right? And obviously NQ said, no, we're not going to do that. So it didn't go through. And it was hard to accept the loss, to be honest. So I said last time, usually my mental stop is somewhere around $600, maybe $700 at maximum on a funded account. I just couldn't stop there. I couldn't stop, especially when I was seeing this price action. I just couldn't even move away from the computer. I was so convinced that we should be moving higher, but I got myself chopped up. Anyway, it happened. So don't worry, it will be all right. So after the market open, we have this zone completely destroyed, including the Asia low. I think this level here at 803, Tokyo open after 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, that would be the Asia low. I think this is the proper Asia low. So that has been swept. And so far, this huge barcode chart is just, absolutely a red flag, like what not to do. And there's only one level I see here if price would start to go higher. And that is that small, tiny little zone up there. That's the only thing I see. But, today I am not going to trade anymore on funded account, maybe on evaluation account, but no, that's it. Today I'm done with funded accounts. So obviously, if we could get out from this chop here, then maybe you can try to engage and we can go higher. But this is just not something I'm looking for right now. Anyway, let me see how much I made today. Well, I'm down about, one funded account I made about $200, but overall I'm down about $2,400 today. So it's a red day for me, definitely, because I was not trading any other funded accounts I have. So after I was hitting the maximum, I mean the daily loss, I was like, okay, that's it. So I'll see. Hello, good to see you. The giveaway, well, there is going to be, all I can tell you is there going to be a code. All right. So just keep your eyes open, stay, lurk in the background. and maybe obviously we're trying to do the best to have a code. All right. So just a second. Okay, so that's all I know. No bounty for now, I think. It happened. Did you copy trade with Replicanto? No, I was copy trading with Quantower. So I was copy trading with Quantower, and I think there was a trade that I actually just entered manually because I thought it's going to drop, and it didn't. But anyway, I will journal it down tonight, and we'll look back what happened really. And so a prime example today, how easy it is to break those rules. And, I had funded accounts before with MyFundedFutures. I mean, last year, throughout the year. And I think I showed this like 2 weeks ago. I had 2 funded accounts where I hit the daily loss limit 3 times. 3 times I hit the daily loss limit. I still managed to make 3 payouts from each of those accounts. I mean, yeah, it sucks a little bit. What can we say? But, that's what it is. And we move on. And that's why I'm saying the biggest skill that you can have through trading is the skill, the mental strength to be able to walk away from the screen. Obviously, the biggest and the strongest method that you can have is the hammer. It's always, it never fails if you swing it real strong, and you definitely have to aim for the center of the screen. That usually helps, at least throughout the rest of the day. And all you have to do is just buy new screens. Maybe you don't even have to destroy the PC. So just joking, of course, just joking. Anyway, can you tell me how to set copy trading in Quantower? Well, it's very simple, actually. I mean, there is a copy trading window in Quantower. All you need to do is, select MyFundedFutures, select the account that you want to copy. So I'm not going to scroll down because I have other prop firms here as well. You select your parent account. You select your, So this is the parent account, and you click on plus, and then it's going to add the child connections, as it says on the Quantower. So it's very easy. You can add multiple accounts here, as you can see. And you just save it like this, boom, and you just run it. And that's how easy it is. Obviously, you can give a name to it, and it's already run. So you make sure everything has been properly set up. You can have multiplier and lots of other things. I mean, if there's different kind of symbols that you need to copy trade, obviously you can do that as well. And the good thing with Quantower is that the copy trader is free. So if you're using it with MyFundedFutures, and obviously you're just connecting to MyFundedFutures, then it's very easy, very simple, and it's free to use. Okay, just like with TradeAway. But I had no issues with Quantower's built in. Does it allow bracket orders? Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, you're welcome. So let me know if you have questions about this, or like risk management wise. I feel like, well, I feel like I really wanted to prove more with these accounts, which I will. But again, the payout is going to be postponed a little bit, just a few days at least. I'm going to be focusing on the new funded account tomorrow, and I'm still going to copy trade these two accounts. So I'm going to get these accounts slowly out of the drawdown. Obviously, Friday is most likely a no trade day. I think, is it going to be a complete market close, or is this just going to be a half day open? I'm not sure about that. How do you deal with stress from trading? I think one of the best things you can do, and that's what I do as well. For example, with MyFundedFutures, you can have 3 funded accounts right now, and there are some news there's going to be more. So what you can do is rotate your accounts. So obviously I have more funded accounts, but because I trade multiple preference, but what I would do if I would be trading with only 3 funded accounts, and nothing wrong with trading 3 funded accounts or only with just one. So the solution is to rotate these accounts. Now, today I copy traded these because I have, I don't know, like 10 or 12. I don't even know how much, but I tend to copy trade 2 accounts at the same prop firm. And I think if you have a losing streak on one of your accounts, then you can easily switch to the next one. If you really want to continue to trade, if you think that there is still something you want to do throughout the day. Now, I already know that this was a huge hit for me. So usually this kind of a daily loss for me, it's even with multiple accounts, it's like a big deal. And now I feel like super chill about it. And yeah, it's cool, no problem. But trust me, inside I feel a little bit miserable about this. Not because I'm afraid, I'm scared that I can't make it back. I know that I will make it back, but I think I was really focusing too much on the profit. So how do I deal with stress from losses? Stress with trading, size down, obviously, and having multiple funded accounts is actually a good thing. And time to time, it always the market and karma, or I don't know what to say, but it always proves to me that copy trading sometimes can get me into a bit of a trouble. So I know for the fact that when I had my first loss, bigger loss, like I was down like $200 something each of these funded accounts, and that's still like absolutely fine. That is absolutely not the level that triggers me, so I'm okay with that. And then I had the other trade, which also was like an extra $250 each of these accounts. So I was already down, well, with commission and everything, I was already down nearly $600, 500 something, I don't know. And that's the kind of level that usually gets to trigger me, especially when I copy trade more than 2 accounts. Like, oh God, this is not good. And we talked about this last week, and this is just a Monday. Like, you don't really want to go on full tilt on a Monday, right? Because if you really mess up everything, then the rest of the week could be easily about how to get back from that drawdown, and you may be draining down your energy, focusing too much on the profits again, or on your drawdown. That's what you keep seeing even in the next session. Like, oh my God, I'm still down $1,000 or $1,500. I need to get back as soon as possible because now we only have to trade for 4 days, so no trade on Friday. What should we do? And then you just push yourself into a negative circle or spiral, and then it's all going down from there. So that's why I just did it. I mean, it's like it's a little bit funny because we talked about this on Friday, like not to mess up your Monday and not to mess up your Friday. And that's why I'm going to focus more on the new funded account tomorrow. And I'm definitely going to tone down the trades on the older funded accounts, which had these losses. And that's why, again, I'm going back to your question. Like, having multiple funded accounts can actually provide you with an extra layer of risk management. right? Because that's also a kind of risk management. Having multiple accounts, now you will know that which accounts are the ones that you have to be really careful with. But because you still have another one, you can still have, normal expectations through the rest of the week. Like, okay, we can still make a decent profit. It seems like I just have to, tone it down a little bit on those accounts that are in drawdown. And I think we never really talked about this, but I think multiple account risk management, and I'm saying it as a, like, in one sentence, like multiple account risk management, because that's just something that you need to go by and look into it. Because if you're focusing on one single account, as I said, it's still good, but right at the beginning of when I started here a few weeks ago, I was talking about this. Like, if you can have 2 or 3 funded accounts, I think that's the situation that's going to let you to manage risk properly. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit stuttering here. Maybe I'm a little bit nervous about the situation, but there's just too many things I want to say maybe at once. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. So, and by the way, as I'm looking at the chart here, we just broke this level at 854, and we might be slowly getting up there into that zone. I'm not going to take the trade, that's for sure. 23 points to get to that 1 minute supply zone up there. I wouldn't be surprised if it would push higher. And as I said, until ES is not making those historical highs, the shorts are going to have trouble here. And I still think that it could be a possibility. So look at that. Slowly going up there. So yeah, going back to that multiple account risk management, I think you can also do it if you have only one funded account. Then you go and switch to an evaluation account. Okay. Only do that if you feel like it's a little bit more difficult to step away from the screen. All right. Thank you, Donovan. So, and by the way, last day offer, yeah, pass one account and get one for free. Everybody, pass one account and get one for free. You have to take an advantage of this deal because this is just amazing. So get your accounts because I think this is a one-of-a-kind deal. And why not double your chances to get funded in next month, right? So anyway, if you guys have questions about this, I'd happy to answer. I also have some new topics about this because I did receive some questions in the stream as well and some messages. Yeah, I got a question like how overtrading used to affect me. Well, that's another topic. How overtrading. Naomi, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, so overtrading actually is messing up your mind. So what I did here is I went down to the daily loss limit, and not because of oversizing, but mostly overtrading. Obviously, I was going with more micros than I used to, but I would say that overtrading can get you on a tilt session very fast and very easy. So actually, I can say that I have successfully managed to, get myself onto a halt or to stop completely trading if I have to. Because when I was copy trading back in the days, I was copy trading 5, 6, 7, 10 accounts sometimes. Well, not too much, but usually when I wanted to copy trade more accounts, then my highest number of accounts was like 8 accounts, one time like 10. So that never ended good. But now I know that if I stop, because I have multiple accounts, I still have the chance to continue the next day. So that actually prevents me from overtrading. So if I know that my head is completely messed up because I was hitting the daily loss limit, why should I move to the next account and destroy that completely as well? That would be a bold situation. If you do that, I did that too quite a few times. If you move to the next account, which still okay, you still have not traded on that account, maybe it's best not to do anything with that. Actually, you should remind yourself that, okay, you messed up your day, you had a big loss, but you still have another account. You know what to do. Do not move into that account. You have to remind yourself that tomorrow you can actually make a little bit more. I mean, you can actually have a clean view of the market, and but before tomorrow, you look back at the end of the day, like I will today, and I'm going to ask myself the same question, like, was my analysis correct? My analysis was correct because we hit that level. Yeah, it was a little bit of a bumpy road, so I know that it was me, only the risk management that I messed up. And if you have multiple accounts, even evaluation accounts, you can remind yourself that just stop, you messed up one account, move to the next one tomorrow, and tone it. That's what I'm doing actually tomorrow. I'm toning it down on these accounts and I'm moving to the new funded account, right? And that's, again, multiple account management or multiple risk management on multiple accounts. Yeah, lunchtime is typically slow. So, but again, we're here to regroup, rethink the day, look back of what happened. That's what I'm doing. And when I look back and I zoom out, even on just a 5-minute chart here, I see that, okay, I was correct by the drawn liquidity, but I was making stupid decisions. Even if I would just stayed on the 5-minute chart, this would have made my day so much easier. Why? I'm using the ICT 2022 entry model, and as you can see, we had market structure shift at multiple places. I'm just going to do a little bit of technical stuff here. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, I know, and it's too late for that. But if I would have just only had the discipline and the patience to stay on the 5-minute chart, and that's why actually, partially the errors that I made was because I stuck on the 1-minute chart. Even after seeing all this chop around 7 a.m., I should have went out completely to the 5-minute and see it from here. Now, if my target was correct, and it was correct, all I should have just done is look for a proper entry. And the proper entry, we had it. Look at this on the 5-minute. 2022 entry model, if you guys are still into that, look at this. Fair value gap has been, this is basically a unicorn setup. And all I should have just done is stay on the 5-minute. So let me zoom in on the 5-minute here, and let's assume that I'm looking at the 5 and I really want to take a trade. 5-minute fair value gap has been taken. There was a market structure shift here. Okay. And there was another fair value gap here. Boom. There you go. That was the confirmation. Price went up there, swept all these levels, this inversion gap, and up here, this one. Rejection with a nice, beautiful, actually a beautiful market structure shift. All I should have done is just wait for my entry level here with the limit order, put my stop up there, and just, obviously it would be a big risk to reward ratio. Look at that. Obviously I would not have gone this far. Most likely I would have taken profit here. Why? This would have been the A+ trade for the day. And it's just, I'm sorry, I need to say it. It's just so stupid. Like, anyway, I could have done better. And by the way, I must say, again, because I'm seeing some questions about codes and resets, just keep your eyes open. There could be a code anytime, Just keep your eyes open. So all I needed to do in the first place is just stay on the 5-minute and look at this. What is this here? A beautiful demand zone. It's valid. I'm not going to go into the details now, but this is a valid zone here. All right. So a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio here. And even if I would have missed this entry, let me just show you the second entry. And that's why the 5-minute is so much less stressful. So that was not a unicorn. Well, almost a unicorn. Well, it swept liquidity. I would say I would give like at least 8 points out of 10 for this setup. But depending on which one is your unicorn setup, which model are you looking for to enter as a unicorn? I think Ash might be using the breaker. Oh my God, there is something on the screen. I think everybody fast, act fast, everybody. Come on, you know what to do. So the second entry here would have been this one just before, sometime before the market opened. Now, this is a more dangerous one. But again, if you're not switching down to the 1-minute chart, there was multiple, at least here, there was a market structure shift. Okay. There you go. Market structure shift. Entering here at 9 a.m. Yes, it's risky because you never know if the market wants to spike higher. And look at that. Maybe it's not a 1 to 2 R, but a 1.4 R trade. Beautiful. So the market was actually doing its thing. The setup, everything was perfectly lined up. Everything. All I should have just done is just wait for the 5-minute. Watch the 5-minute chart. But instead, I kept on pushing. So I hope you got the code, everybody. The winners. Congratulations to those of you who made it. How do you know where to put your stop loss? I'm looking for the recent swing high and swing low. In this case, swing high. So let me zoom in on both of these trades. So the entry here on the first setup, my stop loss would have been up here. So that's a swing high. And maybe it's not the kind of unicorn setup that Ash is using. I think the unicorn setup could be like a clean sweep and then shifting immediately lower. Like for me, it still fits the criteria because price came back up here and swept all these inversion gaps and took all the orders and then started to go down with a shift. So that's valid for me. I would have put my stop loss right above that level, that swing high. Okay. And in the second entry, my stop loss would have been up here. So that's swing high on the 5-minute. Because obviously, if it goes higher than this swing high, why would I want to be in the trade? Then we have a high chance that it just actually wants to push higher and higher. And look at how these two candles on the 5-minute chart respected this gap here and this rejection level. That was beautiful. If we look at it, it's basically beautiful. And I'm still kind of hitting myself in the head by not seeing this so clearly because I was so blinded by the 1-minute chop. So absolutely, Luis. Some days are tough. Yeah, some days are tough. So this is what I should have done. And instead, I don't even want to go into the 1-minute chart because that was just pure crazy there. And so the second stop loss here, and obviously the demand zone that I was targeting throughout the day has been hit, not the way that I actually wanted it to be hit. But what can you do? You have to learn from the mistakes. So my biggest mistake is not stopping somewhere around $500 or $600 today and forcing myself into some scalps and crazy trades just to go down here. Actually, to be honest, I think the last trade that totally got me for the daily loss was a short somewhere here, and then it went up there just before the market opened, and that was terrible. Yeah, but now it's just hard to say where could be the drawn liquidity. Most likely, I mean, hopefully it can go to this level that we talked about earlier. That's the only level that I think is valid right now. And by the way, as far as I look back at the statistics, by calling out these levels, not just here on My Funded TV, but on my own stream as well, usually, like, I don't have an exact number. I think I had one a few weeks ago, but I would say that 75-80% of the time, these levels that I anticipate are correct. Now, that's not enough to be a successful trader, as you can see. I mean, you can still make the same mistakes, but the levels that I'm anticipating are like 75-80% of the time are correct. And that is the thing that gives me the conviction that I should take the trade. But today I was so much carried away with this level, because this here was a textbook level, 10 by 10 or 10 out of 10. Perfect. And that's why I was so sure that sooner or later this should hit that. And at least the market again showed up and said, no, actually the market just sent me a lesson again. Today was tough. Yeah, that's for sure. For me, it was tough. So, yeah. So let me know if you guys have questions about this, the technical side or the risk management side of it. I do have some more questions already from my stream. Actually, I'm going to scroll through here. Just a second. Yeah, trading is boring, and that's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, real consistency feels repetitive and not exciting. Exactly. Emotional review. What I felt before and after. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, when I started the day, and I saw this level, I was very, very confident that this one's going to hit. And I think I just fell into my own trap. And the one thing that we were also talking about, that, after a certain amount of wins, like I had a really nice winning streak on the MyFundedFutures account as well. And we were having some awesome predictions in the YouTube stream on my channel. And I think after a certain while, when I see these levels, I just, tend to believe that it's going to definitely being hit. And no matter, even if the market is pushing up, I just keep getting married to the same idea that I don't care. It's just going to go short. It's just going to go short. And you just keep trying and pushing it until you realize that you just hit your daily loss limit. And I think that's the kind of thing you have to avoid, like being super confident or overconfident in your trades, because that's going to make you forget what is your real edge. So even your emotional edge, like today, I partially managed to hold myself back after the losses, and because I applied my emotional edge, I knew that if I continue to push on other funded accounts, I'm going to go crazy and I'm going to destroy some accounts, which I don't want to do. That was my emotional edge. But, the market actually really did some crazy moves here. And so once you're overconfident in your analysis, I mean, being confident is a good thing, but that's going to make you harder to accept those losses. I think that's the nearest thing I can compare this to. Like, if you really have a winning streak, and if you really doing a very good analysis, and you're having a winning streak, and your levels are working, it doesn't have to be a level like this, whatever it is that you're looking for, after a certain while, it's going to make you harder to accept those losses, because you start to question yourself, like man, I know this, I knew this one here, and after the market hits your level, it can actually be even worse. Like, I mean, this is also a make you and break you point. Like, you got chopped out. Like, I mean, I got chopped out, and the market goes to my original level. And what happens after is that you go on total tilt, like full tilt after that, especially in this chop, because you just want to make it back. You just want to make it right, because you were right and you want to show the market that I don't care. I'm just going to show you that this is going to be one of those days when I'm going to show you that it's going to work out. So I see that level up there, for example, after price went down here and totally destroyed the zone. I already saw that level up there. And so by revenge trading, I could have easily like forced myself into big positions. Like, I don't care about it. I just want to go long every single opportunity I can take. And I'm going to take this account to the green or some other accounts. And that is something you shouldn't do. This is the point, especially after a daily loss, and especially after missing out the move that you were waiting for throughout the whole day. This is the part after is going to be the hardest part to survive and not to push the button. You have so many difficult feelings to deal with. You have to deal with the daily loss. You have to deal with the, you have to also deal with the fact that you look back and you saw that you didn't take the right trade because all you had to do was just stay on the 5-minute chart. So you're already hitting yourself hard emotionally because you kick yourself, you shot yourself in the foot up there. And then the market decides to go to your level, and this area, revenge trading just kicks in. You just go full tilt. And I would say the emotional breaking zone is here in this scenario. And so that's why I decided I'm just not going to force myself into doing stupid things, because that's just not worth it, right? So yeah. Glad I stuck to my own bias today. Was scared everyone was short, you long. Yeah, stick to your analysis, by the way. And, everybody has a different point of view. Everybody has a different angle and different strategy. And that's, as we say, the beauty of the whole market, because there's so many ways to do it. And there's nothing wrong with listening to other people's analysis, because we're just collecting information. But stick to your own analysis. And that's why it's so crucial to have the time before the session, sit down just for a few minutes and at least, put on those levels that you really want the market to go for. Do your analysis. That's what's going to help you to filter out the trades. All I know up here, and actually I did the mistake, is that I shouldn't be taking too much long positions, because the market should be going down. Actually, I took a long position here up there somewhere. I thought that we're going to make a new high, but we didn't. So that was another mistake within a mistake. But under normal conditions, I would just tell myself that I don't care what the market is doing up here, because this is the level that I'm watching. If the market is just not going into my direction, I'm just not going to take a trade, right? So Matt is going to be here, I think, in 15 minutes. So he's going to be here soon. Let's look at this here on the 5 minute. There's a pullback. Interesting pullback, though. I mean, this 800 level so far is holding. I would say there's a high possibility that we're going to go back to that 882. Actually, let me go to the 1 minute and check it out again. Yeah, so the first bullish candle opening price is at 82.50. So 882.50 could be the drawn liquidity here. I just see no other reason that this should not go there. Low hanging fruit, if somebody is still holding a long position, would be this fair value gap just before the market open. Okay. Let's put this way. Okay. So that would be the low hanging fruit. The market should be taking out that level. Hold on. Yeah. So it should be taking out that level. And that is at 75. Yeah. I like that level. I like that 75-ish level. So we had a pullback, and it's just nicely moving there. Have a good one, CJ. Thanks for joining. So let's go to the 5 minute again. Let's see what's happening. That's kind of an interesting level. Otherwise, it's just pretty much sideways action. And yeah, in the lunch hour, obviously, statistically, not much is happening. Not much. I did many back testing, specifically to the lunch hour, and not much to expect, especially if there's no news. Like today, we have nothing, right? Yeah, nothing, most likely. So no news event. Okay, this gap is still kind of holding. I don't know. Not sure if this one still wants to continue to the downside, but we'll see. Yeah, need to wait until 1:30. 1 p.m. is still okay, but 1:30 is even better. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just reading. There are some questions here. Yeah, so what mindset or routine helped me to stop with bad risk management? So one of the routine that I took was the multiple account situation. So managing multiple accounts is going to help you not to do too many crazy stuff. If you're down on one account, and I'm not talking about copy trading, just just stop trading on the rest of the accounts. Or if you really want to continue, then just go with the smallest size. Rather, good to see you. Going back to the range, it's I would say it's definitely a tough market to trade today. What was this range? It was like about 40 points. How do you know when to wait more like today? Well, how do you know to wait more? Well, first of all, if you see these congestion zones or this consolidation, and when especially it happens on, for example, here on the AM session, there's a higher chance that we could be seeing some sort of a movement like manipulation or distribution throughout the PM session. I'm not saying that the PM session is going to be super wild today because there's no news, but you have to go to the time and price concepts, like when are the highest probability trades happening. Like we talked about this in between 9:30 and 11 a.m. I would say that maybe until 12, but probabilities are getting lower. Lowest probability trades in the lunch hour, and you might want to look into 1 p.m. all the way up until 4 p.m. So if nothing happened really here in this chop, and you still want to look for some entries, statistically might be better to come back around 1 p.m. or 1:30. Yeah, I will be trading tomorrow, of course. I will be. Definitely. Yeah, last day of the month. Obviously, market can go crazy a little bit, right? Some traders are saying that, the big players could be pushing the market to some extremes, which happened actually. So I'm still curious how ES is going to behave throughout the rest of the day. But new monthly candle is coming. I think it might have a chance, not today, but tomorrow, that ES might want to at least spike up there. I mean, maybe not tomorrow, but the rest of the week, and make a new historical high. And that's why I'm not really in favor of the shorts on NQ. So thank you, Louis. Thank you so much. The whole week, yeah, and everybody's going to wait for NFP, obviously. So, and that is something that you have to keep in mind, especially on an NFP day. Price could be very, very much manipulated. Maybe it's best to tone it down. I don't think I'm going to trade. Maybe I'm going to trade like with the smallest size on that day. I'm still like partially I'm going to be in recovery mode, but yeah. So basically wait and see for new opportunity like A+ setup. Yeah. Or if you're trading on the 1 minute chart, like I used to do many times, actually I should tone it back to the 5 minute chart. I said so many times to myself, because today that would have saved me, to go for the 5 minute charts. Even on the 5 minute charts, there are so many, repeatable patterns that are happening every single day that you can still have at least 1 or 2 setups throughout the day on the 5 minute charts. So, wait for the next opportunity and try to maybe look the higher time frame for entries, especially when you look back. So that's the advantage of the PM session, right? Or maybe if you join during the lunch hour, like you look back, you already see all this barcode here and here. Like you will know that, oh my gosh, the market is just absolutely unplugged and it's not doing what it should. Then you will know that, okay, I think it's best to stay focused maybe on the 5 minute chart, especially after this, and maybe wait for the proper setup. But the range here, since the open, we're like 80 points on NQ, which is somewhat okay. But I would like to see this kind of movement maybe in a London session. But in New York session, you would be expecting more. So if this would be the time for me to sit down in front of the charts and, let's look for some trades, I would definitely, of course, I would look on the 1 minute chart as well. And I would see all this chop here. And obviously, I would see the zone here because that's what I'm always looking for. Of course, you guys know that. I would say that, okay, this is definitely not, it's not fitting to my entry criteria. I'm not going to do anything on the 1 minute chart. And maybe I'm just going to wait. Look at that. There's a small 5-minute gap here that I can use as a possible reversal point, maybe for later. Actually, I'm going to delete this. So my game plan would be like, okay, let's wait for this 5-minute gap. What's it going to do? And maybe look for some kind of an entry. You can do it on the 1-minute chart, of course, but the game plan is to wait for the reaction. What's it going to do? Is it going to go lower? Whatever. But I'm just going to wait for the reaction. And if it's not going my way, or it's just going to keep on dropping, I will know that I have no target down here. Obviously, we have the new week opening gap high, which is awesome. And by the way, I'm just saying, if it would start to drop down, because it can happen, there is also a valid 1-minute demand zone down here at the new week opening gap low, actually. Bearish candle, then closing with a bullish candle, and then we have this gap, which we anticipate a bullish candle here. So there's nothing here, but in this case, we can put a bullish candle here, or presume that there is a bullish candle. Hey, thank you, Oscar. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. As always with the BMW. I know everybody's waiting for Matt. I know I have a couple of minutes, like 3 or 4 minutes maybe, from my segment. If you guys have some questions, I would gladly answer. Happy to do so. And why should I hide it? Today was a tough day for me. So it was a tough day emotionally, and like hitting the daily loss limit on 2 accounts for me is definitely something. I know that I made a mistake, so there's no question about that. At least, and if you have the same situation anytime, or you had the situation, the first thing you know when you hit the daily loss limit, that, okay, it was not the market's fault. It was your fault. It was not the market. Actually, if I look at the 5-minute, and I'm going to repeat this again, the market did everything according to the plan. If I look my analysis, everything happened according to the plan. I was just crazy to chop myself up. So it was not the market's fault. And that's why, like Ash said in his segment, it's a good thing that I stream on YouTube, because I can always look back, and I used to look back and rewind what I did good, what I did wrong, how was my analysis, to reflect on myself that, okay, what should I be looking for next time? What was the error that I made earlier? So yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. Forget and start over. Exactly. Forget and start over. When you have losing day, do you have anything you do at night to reset yourself for the next day? Yeah, of course. Well, at night, like, what do we do at night? Usually sleep. But I for example, I like to go out for a walk. I like to go out for a good drive. I love my car. Maybe, spend some time with my girlfriend. Obviously, that's always a positive thing to have, right? And I would put that in the first place, obviously. So, by the way, she just got home. So when I'm going to go out after the stream, I'm going to go out. She's going to ask me, because she's going to see me, like, she's going to see my face that, okay, something's wrong. What happened? And I'm going to tell her, like, well, honey, I had a bit of a loss today, kind of a fancy day, but what can we do? And obviously, you can figure out the rest. We're going to have a good time watching television. Okay. Obviously, no troll, really. Just have a good time, turn away from the computer, recharge. And that's one of the best solutions. Like, forget about the markets, read a book, watch TV, go out for a walk. Who cares? Just one thing you must erase. You have to erase everything about the market for the rest of the day, and you will feel much better the next day. That is something that always works. And by the way, it's always good to have someone, in your life who supports you. It can be your family, it can be your spouse. At times like this, it's just an extra support, which is like really priceless. It's a priceless thing to have someone. The codes already happened. I'm not sure about. I think there could be some codes in Matt's section, so definitely stay tuned because Matt is gonna give you guys the good. I was just licking my wounds a little bit, but don't worry, I'm okay, perfectly fine. And dating with Matt, yeah, definitely you can do. I always love your images there, Roman. Definitely. So yeah, definitely stick around because there's lots of value to come, and I'm always in the background listening and trying to learn myself. Not today, obviously. I'm just gonna go out and take a walk. That's what I'm gonna do. Wounds heal, of course. And tomorrow, new day, new start, new opportunities. So don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. We're just gonna go. My P&L for the day is negative $2,400 today, but it is what it is. We move on. That's what happens. Anyway, guys, I'm super grateful to be here, and thank you so much for everybody, all the questions, all the comments. I'm sorry if I didn't answer everybody, but thank you so much. I really had a good time. And so full recharge for tomorrow, and of course, with new topics, full throttle, So I'll be here, and yeah, I will take it slow. I think this week I'm going to take it slow. Definitely. That's going to be the game plan. I mean, why should I start off the month by doing crazy things, right? But if you guys would like to join on my stream, you can see my YouTube handle up there. You're welcome to do so. I stream tomorrow at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard London session, and I stream the 9:30 market open, every day. Every day. So yeah. And until Matt is not here, feel free to ask away. And we'll be just watching this beautiful price action. Obviously, it's not going to be. It's typically not the day I'm looking for. And here's Matt. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Tom? Guys, can we get some W's in chat for Tom? I know he had a bad day, but we all do. 2,500, that stings, but you'll bounce back.
We all do. Yeah, it happens. Yeah. It happens. But I know I'm 100% sure I will bounce back. So no problem. Yeah. At least I could have some good topics for today. And anyway, thank you so much, everybody. And Matt, what can I say? Everybody was waiting for you. So have a good segment and have a good stream.
Thanks, buddy.
I'll be listening. All right.
Awesome, guys. Don't forget, follow Tom. If you go in the description, his YouTube is down there. He's got a great show. You guys make sure you give him a follow.
Thanks.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, make sure you guys give him a follow. And every time we come in here, I know we show up, and I know we show up and everybody blasts rock and chat, but we're here to show our love to MyFundedFutures. When you guys type anything in chat, the algo picks it up, it shows it to more people, and more people join the family. So we don't mean to come in here, but to come in here, and we're gonna pat Tom on the back because we love his show and we love everything here at MyFundedFutures. So thank you, Tom. Tom's super humble, cool guy, great educator, great wisdom, man. I love it. And dude, we all take licks, man. I know the feeling. It's you don't always win, and you keeping his loss contained. It's part of trading. And when you guys are learning, especially learning from people, don't get in the habit of believing every trader out there is going to win every trade all the time. And the best thing I always teach you about trading is that trading is like being in the I don't know if they have my face. You guys can. Oh, they're trying to figure out how to do it. Maybe a little technical glitch here, but as soon as I get my face on there, just pretend you see me. I will. Let me help them out really quick. Here's me. Here's my face. Let me draw it. There we go. I was actually drawing. I was drawing a stick figure version of Matt in the bottom left corner. Okay. There we go. Thank you, guys. So I helped. I tried to help. So anyways, the idea is that not everybody out there is going to be winning all the time. And I teach people that when you're learning to trade, it's like learning how to be in the circus. You learn how to be like a trapeze artist. And the first rule that you're trying to learn is how to fall without hurting yourself, because you're going to fall, right? That's the whole point of being able to do that job. You're not just trying to do the beautiful things, the leaps, the flips. You have to make sure that you fall without killing yourself. And and by the way, I'm in a long trade right now, you guys. I've longed at this halfway point, this little half gap support, just to go up to the top of the box here. Now I'm up only $550 today. I right out the door, I noticed the market was going to pull back, so I waited. I didn't do anything. I took a couple scalps, but I got out of them early, and then I avoided all of this. I only traded in one contract in 2 accounts and made $550. I barely touched the market. And then I waited, and then the market has tapped here, and I jumped in long one more time. I haven't had any losing trades, but it hasn't been like a big blowout day either. It's not big, not a lot of rally, just kind of chopping around. So, hey, what's up, Jay? Good to see you, bud. But yeah, you can't win them all. But the point is that, it's $2,500 to someone like Tom is not that much money. He'll recover very easily. He'll come back tomorrow, bounce back like strong. And that's the whole point. When you're trading, is making sure that you're losing an appropriate amount that you can recover from. Even when you go on losing streaks, if your loss is too big, a losing streak can affect you mentally, right? You lose a whole lot in a row with big amounts. You kind of come back timid or scared of the market the next time. You come back to the market after losing 5 or 6 days in a row with big amounts. You're going to be scared to lose money. So you're going to cut your profits early or take anything you can get. And it really affects your risk management decisions because, I call it hysteresis in chemistry. That's what we called it. If you didn't clean out your beakers right, and you did a new chemical reaction, the results would be affected from the past chemical reaction because there's still some residue left over. So in hysteresis, it's psychological residue in trading. You don't want to have any of that residue when you go into your next trade or your next trading day. That's why I was asking Tom, what do you do to reset? He's like, I take a big, long drive. I love my car. And I love that because a long drive is therapeutic. Get out of the house, breathe some air. And these kind of things are very, very good for you to do so that you don't come back the next day still thinking about the previous day's loss. As the years have gone by, I've gotten the habit of very easily forgetting about the previous day's loss because I never really bet too big that it actually hurts. Every losing day I have, for the most part, stings. It never hurts. And as part of your goal as a trader is get to a place where your losses don't hurt. They just sting a little bit. And do I cook? I love to cook. I cook all the time, man. I cook like 3 or 4 times a week. And I don't know whatever convinced iDoc to be with some troll like me, but I think it's my cooking skills because they're pretty good. Congrats on the 1,000 views. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, so I have the 1,000. It says 11K for views. It actually says 111K. So if you look at the bottom, iDoc surprised me with 1,000, like a 1K balloon to celebrate my 1,000 concurrent viewers on my stream. And the balloon popped. So she went back to the store to buy 2 more just in case one of them popped again on the way home. So she can have triple redundancy on the balloons. It's hilarious. So now I have 3 1s and a K. One of them is dead. 2 of them are up. So it says 11K, even though it's 1K. But I really appreciate that. And today we had 1,100 viewers. So we went up 10% from Friday to today. So I don't know what happened over the weekend, but you guys have shown tremendous support to our community and all that love. We really appreciate it. We try to deliver a lot of alpha as much as we can. It's free. The stream is free. You guys come to this stuff. You don't have to pay for this. And we're really glad to. I'm really glad to be part of it. Mike, hilarious. I can't repeat what you said, but that's hilarious. That's funny. iDoc cooks everything for you, spoiled Scooter. Well, okay, let me start over. She cooks more for me than I cook for her now because she brings me that delicious avocado toast every day, which is pretty damn good. Hilarious. Any free resets today? I don't know. Don't ask. They may come. It's like if you ask, you won't get it, maybe. So pretend like we don't forget about you guys. Pretend like if you just hung in here and hung out, we might surprise you with it. So I'll give you a hint. The answer is pretty much always yes, but you just watch for the codes. That's true too. I wouldn't tolerate me either. Any chance of blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So constructive chat. You guys anything to talk about? Trading wise, or asking me what I did today, feel free to ask, or any tips or tricks to help you with your trading game. I'm all here for that. It's like, I wouldn't tolerate me either. It is true. Yeah. I'm like licorice. Nobody likes licorice. Let's be real. You either love it or you hate it. There's no middle ground there. I, for one, love licorice. It's something about it just tastes awesome. One of my favorite drinks has licorice in it. How do I avoid chop? A lot of times I have indicators that can line up and display chop. Today was a perfect example of that. This white line is telling me that the market is wanting to pull down to here. And then my maps off to the side are telling me the market's wanting to push up. I've got a push and pull sort of setup here. And because I have a push and pull, I know to like wait for a dip to long or wait for a high to short. I'm not trying to chase breakouts from a consolidating range. When markets are chopping, allow it. Wait as long as you need to. I waited hours before I touched the market again. My first trade was I longed from here, got out there. I tried again, got out there, and I haven't touched it for 2 hours. And now I finally got in a long. Moments right when we got these red candles here, I jumped in on the long right there. So I'm up $300 in this account. I grabbed it in actually 5 of my accounts. So currently I'm up roughly about $3,000 on this long. So I'm gonna see if I can get anything out of it. And it's doing fairly well. So I want to go all the way up to fill the gap here. But on chop, the trick is to wait. Find your low or find your high, but don't never play in the middle. Like just wait. It may look like, aha, there's a dip to buy. No, wait for your pivot. And I wait for it to touch this line. I even skipped out on this and I waited for it to go. And we tapped this with all the lines positive. So I had perfect confluence to take that trade, right? That's how I avoid chop, is I'll wait for the ranges. How long have you been trading? I've been trading since 2010. Before I started trading, I was a chemical engineer. And in my late 20s, the financial crisis happened in 2010. I ended up getting laid off as a young engineer. I worked at Dow Chemical. And behind here, my degree is up there just to kind of remind me of the hard work I put into it and the amount of money that goes into like getting a degree. But I did that for a while as a chemical engineer. In high school, I was, in a math, science, computer science. I was the captain of all the clubs, math club, computer science club. I did programming. I did science. I did everything. I even was an actor. So that's kind of like the guy that did every extracurricular activity in school. In college, I was actually going to be a pediatric neurosurgeon. That was my original path. I was double majoring in chemical engineering and biology. I got through and got a chemical engineering degree. I never finished bio, and I decided I didn't want to be a doctor, and instead I went and became an engineer. And then when I got laid off the financial crisis, a buddy of mine was a trader, and I just picked up trading from them. And actually, when I was an engineer, I worked as a reaction engineer at Dow. And what I did was I used to study metals markets because I was in charge of repacking our reactors with catalysts that were made out of some heavy metals. And so I had to study metals markets and pricing of that so we can order it at the right time. And I just got sort of like intrigued by commodities markets. So when I got into trading, it wasn't long into trading that I got into futures. But I did get a taste of it while I was an engineer. But that's my story way back in the day. And then in 2010, I started trading. And I went off and on trading and working and trading and working. And about 2015 is when I took the plunge to go full time, and I kind of never looked back. I've done some tremendous things ever since then. Ooh, nice. We're getting a run up here on this trade. I love it. I love it. If I tap that upper line, I might make close to 5K, which would be nice. I'd love to get some pretty good movement on this. So I'm long in 1, 2, 3, 4 of my account. Oh, just 4 of my accounts right now. Come on in.
Hi. Hey guys. Green juice.
Is this my lunch for lunch money with Matt?
Actually, I'm waiting for the dough to rise. You're gonna have fresh lunch.
What do we have for
After
lunch today?
I don't know. I'll figure that out once lunch is done. I'm an improv person, so.
I love it. I love it.
All right. Bye.
Thank you so much, IDOC, everybody. Say hello to her. What a gem. She's super great. I know. I know. All right. Let's get that run up here. I like what I see. I'm still hanging on to this to fill the gap. To 48 would be it. So another 2 points might be stretching it, but I do have negative resilience. So let me go ahead and flatten this and take profit. Let me close all these out. Close. I want to see this white line being above 0. So that was a pretty solid scalp. It wasn't really much, it wasn't like a huge win. But now I've expanded all my gains to, I always take you guys, let me just stack these on top of each other and take a little screeny shot here. Let's see, how much did we make today? If y'all don't mind, take a look at this. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. Let me take a snapshot here. This was before the stream. I'd only logged in 2 accounts this morning for $550, mostly sat out. And now I'm just taking that scalp again. I don't really feel momentum today. I don't have the confluence with the stocks. But here's today. I added a couple more accounts. So I think this is what I did across all my firms here. This is what, 14, 21, 29. So roughly like $3,300. Again, flat, crappy trade day. I'm not going to risk it for more. I'll take it. Knowing what Tom went through today, I'm scared to press my luck. So, oh dang, that's so good. Fresh squeezed juice, man. We love iDoc, man. She's so good. How excited are you guys about the instant payout approvals? How do you guys like that? That's pretty sweet, right? And also, God, all these like new changes that are coming out. They also have the buy one, get one is still available until tonight, I believe. And then tomorrow they have a whole new sale, which is going to be super sweet. For a whole month, you get 5 sim accounts. Y'all hear about that, right? That's so crazy. They'll be, for 4th of July, 50% off of Starter Plus and Expert, as well as that you can have up to 5 sim accounts. You see that? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Nuts. Wait, what? I didn't say anything. Wait, what? Listen, I'm going to tell you. Oh, wait, no, I'm reading the wrong thing. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. Don't let me get your hopes up, guys. Hold on. I was reading the wrong thing. Okay, so what we're doing is they're having the instant funded. This is what it is. My bad. My bad. Don't listen to me. I'm just reading. I'm reading my notes. I'm on the wrong thing here. But yeah, so they had this new announcement. I tweeted it. So I'm trying to read what I wrote. So they're having this cool thing that they're doing, which is instant funded. Now, I say instant funding approval, automatic payout approvals. That's the word I'm looking for. So they basically just did this thing where they're rolling out instant auto approvals for payout requests. So essentially, you're going to basically be able to get approved right away. I think that's amazing when it comes to getting all my prop account stuff. Yeah. So that was it. Now I'm just reading my notes here. All right. So with that being said, I think that's awesome because I love whenever I trade prop firms, I love being able to get approvals instantly. Whenever I try to get approved, I hate waiting an hour, waiting a day, whatever. Dun, 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 dun. What's the target of long? Upper target here is 62.48. But anyways, I'm going to tell you, everyone has a 4th of July sale coming out, but I bet you MyFundedFutures is going to have an amazing 4th of July sale. So you guys make sure, if y'all load up on your buy one, get ones that they have now, make sure you stay tuned for whatever announcement they do have. I'd like to see myself, so hopefully something great. And I have a feeling they have something good. So make sure you load up on whatever they give you. Like literally load up. I don't know when the announcements come. They probably announce it tomorrow or something this week. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I have like 4 or 5 different deals that I have. So I read the wrong notes from the wrong account for the wrong firm. So Dun, dun, dun. What is Symphony? I don't, like I said, they don't tell me anything here. You guys, maybe some on the show, y'all think I know stuff. I don't know stuff. Trust me. I don't get any heads up. I don't know when they do the giveaways. I don't know anything. I'm just here for the ride. So don't let me, don't pretend like I know stuff. I don't. All right, cool. No, you should not buy off and buy. You should not hold off on buying the Pogo deal. That is still on for like a day. So basically, if you pass your funded account that you get, they give you 1 extra. If you pass, that's amazing. I know nothing. Yeah, I only show up for the stream. I don't actually get the inside scoop though. I don't know anything. Last day offer. If you pass 1 account, you get 1 for free. Yeah, that's the one. Y'all need to leave me alone. What is it? What does it take to get the first payout? You got your discipline to be profitable. That's usually it. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, do you have any questions for me though? Like real questions? You guys trying to plug for information? Gosh, who do y'all think? Who do y'all think y'all are? Does the BOGO sale work for the renewals or only if the code was used? I think only if the code was used. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about, y'all caught me talking about another firm on accident. I was trying not to say that, but that's what actually happened. I was reading someone else's deal. So my bad. What I recommend, Starter or Starter Plus, they're all good. I do like the Starter Plus because it removes one of the layers of, well, let me show you guys really quick. Let's pop it on screen here. Let me load it up. So I'll put them side by side and show you what the major difference is and what I like most about them. All right. Let me do this really quick. Let me go here. All right. So let me log up some of their. So the difference here, right? Starter, and let's look at the 50K and compare them side by side. When I looking at prop firm value, I try to do drawdown per cost to see what the ratio is, right? So, you know, your drawdown being $2,500 for $100 is roughly $25 per dollar, right? That's actually pretty good. And then whenever you go to Starter Plus, it's only 30 extra bucks for no daily loss limit, right? Which is such a huge deal. And the trailing max drawdown is slightly tighter on the 50K, but you can also get 100 and 150Ks. For the small price difference of removing daily loss limit, that's massive. And I'll tell you, if it's worth every penny, I think, to remove a rule from a prop firm, that's just my rule of thumb. And if you could pay just 30 extra bucks to remove daily loss limit, it allows you to have more scalability in the account, because daily loss limit is like how much you can lose, which on a 1-to-1 is how much you can make. So if you can only make about what you can lose, a little bit over, then daily loss limit actually limits your growth potential to being only what you can lose, right? So you can't scale as quickly without it. So for me, I would rather go, if you're answering the two, Starter Plus over Starter, just to remove that rule. For that little bit of extra, it's worth it. Of course, Expert, what is really cool, and you guys will know the difference between the two, is that like in Starter Plus, you only have eval consistency, and you don't have consistency when funded. Expert, you don't have consistency at all. So having no consistency rule and no daily loss limit is really what makes the Expert account as good as it is. For me, I'm in the camp of I'd rather spend a little bit more money up front to have an easier time down the road. So I personally love the Experts, but them being twice the price as the Starter Plus, if you need the affordable, Starter Plus is insanely tremendous. Like a tremendous amount of value over the Starter just for a slight cost. It doesn't cost that much. And remove that DLL rule is huge. Yeah, so that's what I love. So MFFU Expert is probably my favorite account, not just with MFFU, but in all prop firms. I say all the time on my stream, even before I started working here, heck, that's probably what even got me the job. I used to tell people that the Expert account is best in class. And I've been saying that for the longest time. You compare all the prop firms together, the Expert end of the day account is really top of the line for any firm. So I've always said that. And just because those two rules are something that you kind of have on a wish list with anybody else. You wish you had both of them. Yeah. So super sneaky, even drop one pre-stream. All right. Okay. Code is out. Goat Matt 25, 25, 25. Did y'all get the code? Awesome, guys. Nice, nice. Well done, well done. I think they were accounts or something. I didn't see it. Something popped up on the screen. Good job, good job. All right. Looks like they surprised you guys. How many was it, by the way? I can't even see it from y'all's point of view. You guys are so funny. Everyone has a case of the Mondays, I guess. Fastest way it comes the stream out usually comes out at the end. Oh, okay. Somebody says, unless you have more than 50% win rate of passing funded accounts, you'll choose MFF over anyone else. Yeah. Good thought. Come on in. Looks like we have a guest, you guys.
And another round two. This is
Ooh, all right. What is this?
hot tea, but don't sip it yet because it's really hot in a thermos. And that's a really great quality mug from MyFunded, and it really does keep the heat in.
It really is. It's a Yeti. When I got this in the mail from these guys, I was stoked because I always wanted like a little thing like this to eat soup in, you know?
To eat soup?
Like when you're sick, you always want to eat soup in a thermos that keeps it hot, right?
Yeah.
And then just set it down and come back and get some later.
Oh, okay. Well, more green stuff.
Do y'all have a merch store at MyFundedFutures, like for the public? This is some high quality stuff. iDoc is so great. Was it 25? Okay, cool. Man, that'd be so nice if they were to launch a merch shop. That'd be incredible. I don't think they have one yet, but I think this is just for the team only. But man, that would be super sweet. This Yeti cup is next level. I don't want to burn my mouth because she said it was hot. So today's trading day, obviously kind of slow. I just showed you guys. I haven't done anything since I closed out. I barely even touch half of my accounts. This is another trick that I do, is that I'm not always trading every account that I have. When I know the market's choppy or that the risk is just not necessarily like low, like the risk is high, the reward is low, choppy day, I don't have to trade all of my accounts. I can just step in with a really small amount. This is the like clockwork. My browser always crashes at noon for whatever reason. And we're back. But not trading all my accounts is a trick because I don't have to take risk in all of them. If the middle area is support and I want to long it, it's just not really an A+ setup and not everything's good confluence. Like my indicator at the bottom was negative, so it's not the best confluence. So I didn't take it in all the accounts. I didn't put 5 contracts on each one. I did 1 contract, a handful of accounts this morning. I did it. And I did 1 contract in 4 of the accounts a second time. And that's it. So tricks are, whenever I know that the market's not necessarily trending or not moving quick, I can always choose to not trade in all my accounts just in case the market nosedives or I'm in a small trade that's inching higher and then a Trump tweet makes it collapse. I only blow up one account, right? Splitting your risk up between multiple accounts is one of the tricks that I do teach, and it's very effective. You guys ever watch me trade or watch me trade full time? You guys know I'm probably one of the most successful prop traders out there. I used to not be in prop firms in general. I did it for the challenge of doing it because, you know, it's harder than a real account. I sort of made a name of myself trading just real account challenges. Like I would do turn 5K into 100K kind of things all the time on my stream. Then when props came out, everyone was doing it, and I was probably the last person to get into it. You know, it was harder, and it was, you know, something that somebody with self-funded wouldn't necessarily choose to do, other than the idea that I like the challenge. I like doing the challenge in front of people, and it obviously resonates with the community for me to be doing what you guys are doing. And probably since then, I've become known for being one of the more successful in the prop world as far as like amount of payouts and big challenges I've done and stuff in the prop world. And the trick that made me be so successful in doing props when I started doing them recently is splitting my risk up. This is the number one key. If I have a pivot, for instance, there's a long pivot here, number one, and maybe a long pivot here, number two, and a long pivot here, number three, and even a long pivot here, number four. Each one of these places I can long from. Now, in the most general sense, this isn't what I would do, but I can teach you if I had 4 accounts, I could always choose to long at one, long at another, long at another, and long at another. And now all 4 of my accounts are long from a different place. This one will blow up first. This one will blow up second. This one will blow up third. And this one will blow up fourth if the market were to collapse through all of it. The idea of splitting your risk allows you to play multiple high volume pivots that have different reasons to move. If this white indicator is greater than 0, it's very possible we move from here to there and then support on here. So now 1 and 2 become like a paired trade where both of them are pivots. I might want to long at 1 and at 2. Maybe I might want to stop out at 2 and then try again at 3 and 4. So maybe these 2 accounts can trade here and stop. And then these 2 accounts can grab one of these 2 pivots that pivot for different reasons as well. This one will go off if this one's greater than 0, and this one will go off if this line is greater than 0. So I have a bunch of options. So the trick is splitting my risk up allows me to, at best case scenario, if this is the strongest pivot I have 1 account in case this trade goes off to make a little bit. If it dips down, I can cost basis average management. I can lower my cost basis total. Like in a real account, I would do the same thing, buy one more contract. But in the prop firm world, since each account is its own individual identity, you can just split your accounts up to have the same effect. But the example is maybe one of them blows up and the other 3 made money. Splitting your risk up is very key to growing in a prop firm. Basically, get funded in 20 accounts, get paid in 5 sort of thing. You don't have to go out there and try to win in all 20 or all 5 or all 3 or all 10 or however many you buy. You can win by cascading them. It's cheap to get in, and spreading your risk up gives you an advantage. It's math. It's just basic math. So splitting up your risk is a very key component to successful prop trading. If you're copy trading, it just means of the 4 options that you have, you want to trade all 4 of your accounts at one pivot. Well, you got 4 options. You better pick the right one or else they're all going to lose. And so the odds are less probable that you nail which pivot is the one that pivots around. But if one of them is going to pivot, then you play at each one of them. So at least one of your accounts will win. And this is just the odds of betting. And like part of being successful as a day trader is you're like a master of like trading odds, right? And that really helps you figure out, what you're trying to do is you're not going to miss out on a trade if one of these 4 pivots. And maybe if you just made sure your first 2 were even small enough, let me take it one more level. This account has 45 points to drawdown. That's a lot to lose. So instead of if I had one contract in S&P at say 40 points of drawdown is a $2,000 loss. Maybe I don't want to deal with that because this daily loss limit is, say, let's make up an example. A daily loss limit is 2,000. So if I bought one contract and just decided to hold it all the way through in case it hooked up at any point, I would lose 2,000 on one. So maybe if I want to come in at a third of that, maybe I choose, because this one has bigger drawdown, I instead choose to trade 5 micros on this. 5 micros would support me at $1,000 of drawdown and still survive. If it fell to here and still bounced, it would actually survive. And because this one has 20 points to fall, I can actually trade one contract and be down 1,000. So 5 micros, this one is down. If this fell all the way to here, then 5 micros would just draw down 1,000 total. 1 mini would draw down 1,000 total. And mind you, I'm splitting up my accounts. So one account trades 5 micros, one account trades 1 mini. These 2 accounts, I'll hit it hard with 2 each and put my stop right underneath. So not only do I split up my risk, but the ones that are closer to the stronger pivot, this is the world's ugliest 2. My pen is literally not drawing curved lines right now. So even splitting up the account, trading smaller, the further away you are is why is also a key component to what I do. That's why you saw me only trade 1 contract here in the middle, because if it were to fall and fill the gap, right, this is about 15 points, and 1 S&P contract on 15 is about a 750 loss. So I'm trying to target close to $1,000 to $1,500 a day in these accounts to maintain consistency. Then 750 loss is about what I want to take to maintain a 1.5 or 2 to 1 trade, which allows me to get $1,500 on a 2 to 1 trade with a 750 loss. So that's why I chose 1 contract, because that's the amount of loss I can take. So when you guys are trading, you might have never sat here and thought, man, never put that much thought into splitting my accounts or position sizing. But as I train, especially in the boot camp I teach, that what I just showed you is what trading is. And I don't think you ever knew it. A lot of people think trading is this, these candles, these patterns, these indicators, that was trading. That's just reading charts. Trading is this. The skill set you're actually trying to master is this. How much to bet, where to bet, these kind of things. A lot of you guys that are getting into trading might have started learning how to read charts, find patterns, pick entries and exits. And it's the least important thing that you'll do. The most important thing is where you bet and how much you bet. I tell the people every day. Your trading is the art of betting on the stock market. It's not the art of predicting the stock market. None of us can do it. And you guys know I trade with like about a 75% win rate, and I share that every day. My historic for the year is about 70. Actually, it's closer to 73 now for the year so far, even through the crash market. And it's not because I can guess the stock market direction 75% of the time. I get as many trades wrong as the average person, but I recover so well because my entries are so well timed that my position is the right size that I can survive a little bit more than the average person. So hopefully you guys can learn something from that. Splitting your risk, very, very, very good strategy. Hold on. This juice is good. All right, great questions. Oh, juice is so tasty. Basically, blah, 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 blah. So something's going on technically. Okay, yeah, you guys take that up with technical support. I can't help you with that. My win rate lately seems to be much higher than 73%. I would say that like the reason why I might have a winning day, but the win rate will come down is because of maneuvering. So an example is if I longed here and the market fell and I longed again, and then the market fell and then I longed again, and then the market like retraces half and then I trim out 2. And then the market does this and goes up and I close out. You may notice that I made money that day, but 2 of those trades were losers. Small losers, and one of them was a winner. Lately, I've been winning days, but losing trades. So in this example, I lost 2 and won 1, but still made money. And so I've been doing in the choppier kind of flat bullish market where we've kind of like been trading around, the markets dive and I dive in and get back in and kind of trim my position a little bit. I am taking a few more losses than normal by just maneuvering my position around, even though I'll win the day. So you might say that my winning days are more than 75%. I only had like 4 losing days last month. I had a really stellar month, but a lot of those winning days had more losing trades than winning trades. So the brings the average down a little bit. I mean, that's kind of why it happens. How to cycle accounts after losses? What does that mean, Sam? I don't understand what you mean by cycling accounts. Can you expand a little bit? Yeah, Solarians, whatever issues you have, just take it up with tech support, man. Like I have to remind you guys, as much as I am here with MyFundedFutures, and I have the MyFundedFutures tag on my Twitter, and I have the MyFundedFutures mug that I drink my tea out of, I don't have any power at MyFundedFutures to do anything other than talk to the people that have power. So if you guys have issues, you got to take it up with them. Go to tech support, customer service. They're really good. In the stream, nobody's going to help you. I'm just being honest with you. I can't help you. I'm kind of a nobody here. So I wish I could, Solarians, but honestly, whatever deal you're having, go to tech support. They're very cool here and they'll help you straight up, dude. I promise. What's my Twitter? Here. This is my Twitter, Trader's Paradise. That's me. What are risk on your accounts if they take losses, or how to trade them when they're in drawdown? Okay. So if your account is in drawdown, you should always know that you have to basically give yourself, and I give myself a certain rule of thumb. I usually give 3 days to blow up and 2 trades a day. So this is my rule, the 3 and 2 rule, 3 days and 2 trades per day. And what does that mean? Okay. So if I have accounts, depending on what type of accounts you do or what kind of prop accounts you use, let's just talk in a generic sense, not just the MyFundedFutures. Let's talk about a trade prop firm account that has, I'll make up a number, $6,000 of total drawdown and a $2,000 daily loss limit. I'm just making up something, okay? So 6 total, 2,000 daily loss limit. I give myself a static rule out the door of try to win or try to have 3 losing days before I blow up. So I can have 3 losing days in a row of bad luck and then I blow up. Okay. So 3 days in a row sets me at about losing 2,000 a day total as rule number 1. And then 2 trades per day of this 2,000 means I'm going to lose 1,000 per trade. The way that I do this is that in non-volatile markets, I use the 10 and 40 rule. I use a stop loss of 10 in S&P and 40 in NASDAQ. Now, the way that translates to lose $1,000 is that to lose 10 points in the S&P for $1,000 is a 2 contract maximum to meet those rules. 40 points in NASDAQ is 1 NASDAQ contract is 800, so 1,000 is 1.25 NASDAQ, so roughly a little bit over 1. So I keep my position around this size so I can meet this criteria. I just choose 3 days and 2 trades per day because I don't usually lose 3 days in a row. That's good enough to keep the account alive. Occasionally it happens. I bust accounts like everyone else. It's not too often, but it does happen. But this is a rule set for me. If you bust every other day, then you need to give yourself 3 to 5 to maybe 10 days to support. That way you can get more consistent as a trader. When you get consistent, this number can be smaller. So I just arbitrarily set this, which is a rule of thumb. Yeah, if I blow up 3 days in a row, or if I lose 3 days in a row, I blow up at this rule. And then I have a moderate growth plan. 2 contracts and 1 contract NASDAQ is up and down a couple $1,000 a day. That's pretty good. And that's on path of what I'd want to grow, right, as a trader. So once you have that set, this is what you can just stay consistent with. As your drawdown gets smaller and get closer to the edge, you can always trim that position to maintain the same ratio. You can always start over at any point in time. Say that I lost 2 days in a row, and now I'm down to only $2,000 left. Well, I can choose and say, man, I don't want to re-up that account and risk this all in a single day. Let me redo the rules and start over from here. Let me give myself 3 days again, and then 2 trades per day, except for 2,000. Okay, so that gives me $667 a day. Dividing that by 3 and dividing by 2 gives me $333. So what does that mean? Well, to lose $330 per trade on 10 points is, let's see, it's, what is this? 6, so that's 6 micros. So then my position instead of 2 now becomes roughly 6 micros. 6 to 7 micros. And again, you do the same thing with NASDAQ. You can always choose to scale your position down to give yourself a few more days. If you're on your last day and you're like, I'm about to bust, you can always trade small to grow back. The other decision you can make is the value of your time. If you scale down so small, it might take you 2 weeks to grow all the way back. For some of you, you may say, well, that's not worth my time. I'd rather just take my risk now and blow up and start over and pay another $100-something bucks. So some people will value their effort and other people will value their cash. And it's up to you how you value it. For me, I have enough money. I don't value my cash. I don't care about it. I care about my time more than anything. So I'd be willing to buy the most expensive prop account and blow up the fastest because I have enough money. I don't have enough time. And for you, it's going to depend on what your situation is. For me, it's like, I don't want to crawl back from an eval account and spend a week crawling back and then try to get back to normal. I'd rather just bust and start over because heck, what's another $200 or whatever? So that decision you do have to make as a trader in the prop firm, which one's more important to you, I guess. But the idea is you want to size down. You can choose to continue to size down as you get smaller and smaller amount of wiggle room in your accounts. Yeah, that's a great question though. You want some iDoc green juice? Oh, it's the best. Okay. All right, I'm going to give you guys a hint. I will leak something. Y'all get ready because they may drop another code. So line up what you need to do so you get a fighting chance against the Stampede if that code does drop. I'm just saying it might drop sometime soon. So y'all get ready. That's a good way to think about it, perspective. And for some people, the biggest decision you're going to make is how you structure, how you trade this based on how much you're willing to spend. So some people may say, I'm going to give myself a budget. I'm going to give myself, I make $1,000 extra bucks, or I have an extra $1,000 to spend every month after I get paid, or whatever your budget is. Just make up a number. And then you have that much to budget. You know how often you blow up. And you say, well, if it's $300 for, say if it's $200 per account, and you want to make $1,000 stretch. So imagine that or $250 an account and make $1,000 stretch. Okay, that's one account a week. I can blow up an account every week and there's my $1,000. So now I can set 5 days to blow up and then still stay on budget. No, so most of your prop firm trading, since you're not just like a degenerate gambler, is budgeting how much you're willing to spend. You don't just go to Vegas and spend all your money until you're at zero, right? You give yourself a set budget. That way you operate inside of it. And you change the size of your bet to meet your budget. This is really what you're doing. So, somebody said, I'm a total sellout. I guess. I love selling out, I guess. Thank you. That's a cool thought. All right, another questions? I don't know. I don't know if it's a reset or new account. I don't. Did I watch Squid Games 3? I'm in the middle of watching Squid Games 3. I think I got like 2 more episodes left on it. What I learned in video games, I told people this morning. What you learn in video games is how you know you're going the right direction in a game. Like you ever played Zelda or something? How you know you're going down the right path is when you encounter enemies. We learned this in video games when we were kids. So as MyFundedFutures gets big, other people obviously don't get big. And as this stream is growing up and blowing up, it's getting crazy amounts of people coming here. You're always going to get a weirdo or two, but don't let them ruin your day because, dude, we have such a good time here. We absolutely bank. Denny can ruin it for you, LOL. I didn't, yeah, so I haven't seen the end, but don't spoil it yet because I still got 2 more episodes left. Am I eyeing a trade entry? I was eyeing this midpoint here, but for right now, I'm not going to take it because my indicators are gotten slightly worse. Yeah. Trust me, as we've gotten bigger, our stream has just massively blown up in scale. It's been crazy. Like we've gotten like thousands of new faces every day. Like our streams are getting 10,000 views a day now. It's crazy. 1,000 concurrent. We had 1,100 concurrent today. We're getting so many people come through here and so many people coming through here as well. Somebody says, don't spoil it. I'll find y'all at home. Yeah, don't spoil it yet. But it got pretty cool. I think like season 2 was kind of like odd because it was just it was like, okay, we're going through this again. But season 3 started picking up some momentum. So it was pretty cool. I'm liking it. Always to get a weirdo or two, but don't let them ruin your time. Some people want to say something. I mean, I don't like to sound cocky about it, but I live like the dream life that most people wish they had. It's very hard to dethrone my mental game because I love my life. I love everything about it. So I kind of just laugh it off, and you guys should take it as well. Love your life so much that nobody can ever criticize you to a degree that ever changes your direction. Anybody that would ever say anything about you, about me, or whatever, they wish they could be you at any moment in time, would switch place with you in a heartbeat. So love your life, be a king, be a winner. And for me, it's all about, you know, keeping my cool while I trade. Nothing gets to me. I've always had a cool composure when it comes to trading. That mental game is really good to master as a trader, because you're going to deal with a lot of emotional stuff while you're trading too. So we said, otherwise you get defaulted. LOL. When the girl died in season 1, it was over for you. Oh yeah. Okay. We're not going to do any spoilers, but yeah. So I got like maybe like 2 or 3 more episodes, I think, in the last season to finish up. But this crazy flat day, like, I'm happy making $3,000, and I'm not really going to push it too hard. It's not really any A+ setups nearby either. So I don't really have anything that I can actually attack or trade right now. Ooh. All right. What are you guys' favorite shows that you've watched lately on Netflix or on Prime or on whatever? What on Apple? What's a good show to watch? Because I'm looking for something new. Something to throw on like at night before I'm going to bed. The MHP eDisco. Oh, these are the overnight. This is the dynamic one from the Discord bot channel. This isn't the converted value from the dailies. Westworld, Entourage, Andor, Tremor, Severance. Man, you guys have a lot of different recommendations. Leave It to Beaver. I used to watch that when I was a kid. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Seen every episode. Love it. Westworld. I saw the first season of Westworld and I thought it was amazing. But then I watched season 2 because like season 1 kind of like gave you all the juice. You know what I mean? Like season 1 didn't let the mysteries hang long enough. I feel like at the end of season 1, they solved most of the mysteries. And I watched season 2 and I was like wishing it was more mysterious. But yeah, Westworld's a very cool show. I did like it. But I didn't watch season 3, the samurai season. I kind of didn't. I kind of lost interest. Billions, pretty good. Okay. Fallout is absolute masterpiece. I love Fallout. Alice in Borderland. I did start watching that. That is pretty cool. That's like Squid Games. If you guys, very Squid Games like. And Ted Lasso. I do like Ted Lasso. I'm looking for like a new show I haven't heard of though. I've heard of almost all of these. The Blacklist, I like that. Entourage, I like that. I've seen that. Silo, I do like Silo. I watched all of that. Waterfront, I've never heard of that. So let me check that out. You guys sing Waterfront a lot. Love on the Spectrum. I actually have watched some of those episodes. Okay, I got some good shows now to go watch. Are you guys? I think any moment they may be dropping a code any moment. So y'all get ready for it. I've seen like a lot of clips online of Blacklist, and I'm a huge fan of James Spader. Like I always thought he's just such a cool character. When he was like Robert California on The Office, he's just got like this cool like delivery of his lines that I always thought was pretty fun. I'm gonna love From. Okay, I had to check that out. All right. Boring trading day, but I'm glad I didn't take a loss. I'm glad I'm doing okay with that. This has been one of the weirder days. Now, if I had anything that would be really nice, if I had an ideal setup today, would be for this to sell off really hard and me hit some of these key pivots below, just like I did last time on stream. On Friday, we had a similar setup where the market just kind of like tanked out and fell to key support pivots. And I grabbed a really decent long right when it tapped. My orange lines are always really strong pivots. And then Nasdaq is way down here as well. But yeah, this just didn't even move anywhere today. Sort of boring and sort of blah. Do I watch anime? I have watched some anime, but I didn't actually grow up with it, so I didn't watch a lot of it. But in college, I watched a little bit. Like I've seen Evangelion, Neo Genesis. I've seen Death Note. I watched some Dragon Ball Z, and the Titan document is fairly interesting. The billionaire took his sub and 4 others down to see the Titanic. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Robert, when James Harris, Robert California's job interview was a masterpiece in acting. Yeah, it was actually really cool. Where he got the CEO to give him her job. Yeah, that was amazing, right? He's also the voice of Ultron in Age of Ultron and the Avengers. Yeah. Spoiler alert, the Titan sinks. Why did you tell me that? No. Do I trade gold? I don't trade gold. I only trade equities index futures now. I used to trade oil when I started in futures, but I since moved to equities products because they're a lot more they're easier than commodities. I feel like commodities can move around a lot more and have a lot more intraday catalysts, tend to be a little more slow, behave a lot more slowly on the equity side. There's not as much like whipsaw action over here. One Punch, I never saw it, but I could check it out. Have I ever traded crypto? I've never traded crypto, and I've never owned crypto. I'm one of those types. Not that there's a reason not to. I just don't. Oh my God. 53 resets. Last call. Get the code. Get it. I know it's super rare to not trade crypto. The only reason I don't is because my money is involved in better investments, I think. Crypto will have its time and place, I feel. That will be a huge reason to invest. But the last thing I want to do, even now, I think crypto's priced very low. I think it's going to be huge in the future. But I think just kind of like the internet, right? In 1998, you could have invested in the internet and whatever companies you wanted to, and you could have gone through the 2000 burp and die, and then 2008 burp and die. And if you would have bought, I don't know, Microsoft stock in 1998, you would have been a millionaire in 2025. But if you also bought it in 2010, 12 years later, you'd also be a millionaire in 2025. But you just didn't have to hold through a bunch of crashes and waves. I think we're still in that phase where crypto is trying to find its overall utility to where it's probably going to keep going up, but I feel like I've got 5 or 10 years to finally jump in and make my millions with it. It's not have utility right now to be like the next internet or the next big thing that everybody's got to get in on. And, with regulatory hurdles, it's going to be, even though it's blowing up some days and some years, I still make just as much, if not more money trading anything else. But at some point, I'll plant some money in crypto and leave it. But I think that the timing of that is probably 5 to 10 years from now. And trust me, that will be the bottom then, if that's the case. If crypto becomes the next biggest thing out there, there will be a time. And I'm going to jump right in at the time. Have I seen Money Heist or The Last Kingdom? I haven't seen either one of those. Dollar cost averaging midweek over time has outpaced most traders in the last 5 years. Mr. Smith, that's like we teach this thought experiment in our boot camp called the Blind Monkey. And that I wrote a program that proved that if you randomly long the market and then you size down your position, like every day, if you randomly pick an hour to long the market, pick any random hour and you long, and you either hit a certain fixed stop of a certain amount of money or you hold it till the end of the day. Each time you lose, you have to program that after 20 days of the same thing, you lose no more than half of the account. So essentially you just size down a certain ratio and just randomly long over time. That strategy actually makes a whole lot of money. It's $1 million strategy. Randomly longing, just changing your position size. As somebody said, cost averaging down midweek has made money. The most fund managers randomly longing the market throttling your position size beats the stock market dozens of times over. So that's also a really cool thought. But the key is making sure that you average in or keep adding to the market as it's falling. And that's really key, is most investment firms that are managing your 401ks do that same strategy. They keep buying stock every week, no matter how low it goes. They keep buying because you keep putting money into it. But yeah, Money Heist. I got to see it, man. Everybody's saying it's good. I got to check it out. Watch The Sopranos. Dude, I've seen The Sopranos front to back half a dozen times. I love Sopranos. I could always watch it again, though. It's like getting close to wrapping up here. Hold on, guys. Let me see what more questions you guys have. The Gabagool. Oh, yeah, that episode. Animal Kingdom is good on Netflix. So I've never seen that either. Yeah, I got some good show recommendations from you guys. Anime Solo Leveling. Okay, I'll check it out. Did I watch Billions? I started watching Billions I think maybe last summer, and I like it. I definitely liked it. I think I got busy though, so I didn't actually keep following up with it. You assure the pizza guy delivered the 2 10,000 Bitcoin pizzas. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think crypto's is certainly part of the future. It's going to be a payment standard, I think, replacing a lot of current payment standards globally. And I think crypto in general, maybe not just Bitcoin, but crypto in general has a future. But I think at any point in time, this is the birth of the future. And I think a lot of people feel like now is where you have to get in because you're missing out on something. But people said the same thing about the internet in 1993. You got to get in on this. Internet's the next big thing. And had you bought everything at any point over those 20 years, you would have made millions of dollars. I feel crypto is the same way. It's at the birth. And the birth is not necessarily the future. The first internet was slow and clunky. And then once internet became full power, full speed, you had Amazon delivering packages so you can order everything online. Now everyone lives online. Just imagine, we just think of crypto as a payment thing, but what is it going to be in 25 years? The dozens of things we haven't thought out yet. Once it evolves to be something even bigger, at that point, nobody's going to miss out on that investment, right? That's how I feel. That's why I don't have any now. I think it's too early. Even with it rallying crazy amounts, I still think that that's just a tiny bit of noise. The big rally's yet to come. Birth stage would also... Yeah. What's the biggest fan of you? Because it seemed like you just brag about your 10K days as soon as you joined the stream, but now I understand you're just a positive person, happy with life. Thank you. I tend to... and I guess I just for show celebrate a little bit, but I definitely don't walk out of my streaming room high-fiving iDoc I'm the best, I made 10K. I tend to just, for the sake of showmanship, be overly celebrating, but the real me is super quiet, super chill. I really don't confront I'm not aggressive. I'm just laid back. And even when people ask me what I do for a living, I just tell people I work in finance. I know there's a lot of people when they say, what do you do for a living? And they're like, oh, I'm a day trader, bro. I make all this money. I'm so rich. And people say, what do you do for a living? I just say, I work in finance, so I don't have to answer any questions about it. Because if you tell people you're a trader, then they start asking you a bunch of questions and making all kind of assumptions. And I'm very modest and humble, even though I'm very well off in life. You wouldn't even be able to tell. I never talk about it outside of the context of just showmanship for the show. So it looks like we're running out of time here, you guys. I'm going to bet a couple more minutes to wrap this up. If you have any questions y'all have, just let me know. You got to remember that, being on a stream, viewers like a certain bit of showmanship. 99% of what I do is all for show and for just, ratings, and try to be goofy, try to be fun, try to be controversial, whatever. But deep down, I'm a very humble person. My family's very humble. We were raised humble. We had very little when we grew up. And I still have the same way. I have a son. I raise him the same way. It's not spoiled. He works hard for the things he has, and we're really quiet about it. Yeah. You follow my real socials, you never see me there sitting on my car like this, check out my cool car or whatever. Somebody's like, I too am extremely humble. But yeah, no one ever wants a question of finance, bro. Yeah, I say I work in finance when they go, what do you do? And I just say something boring like banking. It avoids a long conversation. My kiddo is 7. Got off some predictive lines, but I think Nasdaq will do. Yeah, this is a good time to close out too. So let me tell you what I think Nasdaq's going to do. Right now, I have no clue. The hints that I get right now is that Nasdaq can fill its gap to the downside. I feel like today Nasdaq can possibly be down here. It's not picking up any momentum, so that might spark a midday sell-off. I'd be willing to long closer to 739 and 664 levels just to take trades off of. But yeah, so that's what I'm looking for today. Yep. You guys don't feel free to come back tomorrow. Thank you for all the hosts we had today. Thank you, Tom, for your awesome show. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. And obviously, thank you, MyFundedFutures. Let's hopefully see what kind of deal, if they do have one for 4th of July, be kind of awesome. So y'all stay pinned to Twitter for all these announcements, these awesome things. And yeah, so feel free to tune in. I'll give you guys the link to my stream. I should be live in the afternoon to finish out this day. Maybe we'll get some exciting trades later, but come on over and say hi. Don't forget to follow all of the hosts, including Tom and all the folks in the morning. Feel free to check out their YouTube. And then, of course, we love y'all. And thanks for joining in and being part of the MyFundedFutures family. We love y'all.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wit got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code.